One flying outbound.
Got your seat.
We've lost the lead. First one. We have taken it. Enemy's taken the lead. Moving. We've lost the lead. Back sticking. Mission failed. Return to base.
On my neck, gold money, rain капает на чек. You have some money, love dick, я shiny. Пару лямов money. On my neck, gold money, rain капает на чек.
Dora is my name, это мой money rain. No pain, no gain, иди нахуй Monday. Dora is my name, ра-та-та, bang-bang. Заряжаю, бляга, моя baby Monday. Dora is my name, это мой money rain. No pain, no gain, иди нахуй Monday. Dora is my name, ра-та-та, bang-bang. Заряжаю, бляга, моя baby Monday. What's up, снимай трусы, эй, слышь мой рэп. Моя по Миями, твоя память с хуями. Единица и нули, зови меня мейкеров мани. Иду за баблом, сарая до хором. Из деревни как ворон, я иду за баблом. Топ-топ, 50, Eminem и J. Cole. My first name rock, я нахуй рок-н-ролл. Нету бабок, будет фулбэк, голая шея, лишь айсбэк, проебал бабки, скоро камбэк, скоро будто не зазнайся, ты хороший человек. Нет, покажи свою жену, я приду и трахну, сука, 5 сук, 100 сук, а ты твои штаны, my house, we mom. Okay, man, let's go on. Сука, пардон, на грязный хуй дымится во рту. Эй, fuck you, fuck you, это мой маньяк. putaria. Novinha, então capa, 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 capa. Novinha, então capa, teta. Firma do pote 10, firma do pote 10, firma do pote 10, firma do pote 10, pode 10, rola muita putaria.
Índio come xota, Índio come
Quer ficar com dente
índio come choca.
DQ presents how to officially start your summer. Step 1, head to the perfect spot to kick off the season, DQ. Step 2, try the new Summer Blizzard menu. I mean, summer is right there in the name. In Step 3, dig into flavors like new peanut butter cookie dough party, new picnic peach cobbler, and more. Because with treats like these, every bite feels like you're starting summer off right. But don't wait. These flavors are only around as long as summer is. Make the season official with the new Summer Blizzard menu, only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
There is a universal truth about Mother's Day. Moms fib about loving the last-minute gifts we give them to avoid hurting our feelings. And when she says, "Aw, you shouldn't have," she really means you shouldn't have. So this year, give Mom a gift that will bring authentic joy. Balloons from Party City. Build the perfect balloon bouquet in-store or online with scheduled or same-day delivery. Party City. Balloons. The best gift ever. P.S. We deliver.
Hey, it's Ben from Antarctic Wastelands. My new album, Worlds Connected, is inspired by the symbiotic relationship we have with unseen and artificial realms and features dusty organic soundscapes and soft ethereal tones. I'd love for you to listen now on Spotify.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan, at an amazing price, with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate with autopay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Мы из поколения мужчин, выращенных женщинами. Поможет ли другая женщина в решении наших проблем?
Hostile UAV in the area. Fluid sector. Hostile VTOL overhead. Trophy system in. Enemies deployed a counter UAV. Subtext out. Kill confirmed. Kill them and secure their tanks. over. Maintain kill confirmed. More kilo standing by. Tag secure. Kill confirmed. Friendly mosquito deployed. Target spotted. Confirm that one. Ready to deploy. Ready. Copy. UAV. Hostile mosquito is online. Confirmed. Mission is complete. Good work.
Isso é meu mano PH, caralho. Mano, é foda.
Os melhores DJs estão aqui. Do outro lado, segura, porque nós. te comer, vou 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 te comer. Novinha de São Caetano, novinha de São Caetano, tô Pode sentar, capital tá em pé. Oi, novinha de São Bernardo, novinha de São Bernardo. Fica de quatro, fica de quatro, fica de quatro, vai caralho. Fica de quatro, fica de quatro, fica de quatro, vai caralho. Fica de quatro, fica de quatro, fica de quatro, vai caralho. Fica de quatro, fica de quatro, fica de quatro, vai caralho. Novinha de Diadema, novinha de Diadema. Vai dar problema, vai dar problema. Se a dona descobrir que tem outra em Diadema, vai dar problema.
Enjoy what it is. Enjoy this period because it's dominant. It's a dominant performance right now for Atlanta FaZe, but you never know. As you said, could have an off day.
Yeah, it can happen to anybody, but like I think the scariest thing I heard in the interview yesterday, and you and I talked about it as soon as we were kind of off camera, like when Sip said no one's out working us, I'm like, well. Phase was about 35 minutes.
Yeah, and you can see right there, the number one breaking team is Carolina Royal Ravens on Karachi Hardpoint. They're going to get some of their stronger maps in here. Invasion Search Destroy, Karachi Hardpoint. But FaZe are just that much better. For Carolina, they were able to get into that P1 time, hanging out. Now you have this decision. What do you want to do? Start to rotate over towards P2, fight for top 3. Cell's going to go for this spot, but waiting on his teammates to work through red.
And we'll see if they can get there to help them. If you're going to get an upset here, if you're Carolina, you need to come out hot. You need to come out early and make an impact. TJ and Gwen, a lot of pressure going to be on them as a subs to this team to get rolling for him early. Number 2 on the minimap, it's Fellow. He is over here early. He's trying to hold this dumpster, push through the utility, come over the top for FaZe, trying to back him up and make him reposition. They do a good job dealing with him.
I mean, you're up 45-0 on this rotation. It is messy. Clay with 2. Sip is going to trade him out. You are going to have numbers, so you got to slow down if you are TJ in that spot, but he does not. Kind of goes by as lonesome. Ends up getting caught. Maybe just thinks, I'm on an island. I got to make something happen. Now he's going to have a 4-man push with his team.
But yeah, no, you said a hell of a start. I mean, 45-0. I mean, we've seen it for various teams where you're starting off with a banger in these early hard points, but solid stuff. Now can FaZe answer back. So far, so good. 20 up on the board, and Celium starting to hit. The FaZe crew starting to get rolling. Celium gets some great time there at the bus. Finds another. Looking for number 3, but Clay with a double of his own. Now it's going to be the last guy in the hard point. That'll be Simp as the rest of the people race across.
Yeah, I mean, the way Carolina trying to break this is through junk. It's just you still had some of those outer spawns for FaZe. You know there's going to be one here. You're going to be ready for the second. That was a BZ off spawn. And he's just going to jump right over him. It's a little scary there, but you're going to get some of the junk time, and you're going to have position here at P3. So, job well done if you are Carolina. Now you have to win the gunfights.
A couple of these situations look so awkward. And Sim's trying to guess where the contestant. He's like pre-firing, shooting walls. Then you go to a BZ, stepping on somebody's head and dropping. Just some awkward scenarios, but it's Carolina Royal Ravens in front, 4 in a row for Clay. BC, though, with his gunfight winning on the one side of it, chance now to pinch and collapse, pressure the people around the point.
Yeah, now you know they're going to spawn out bust, so you got to go, and it starts with a BZ, the first kill, the first domino. And that is what Atlanta FaZe do. A great break, starting with, well, the entry guy in a BZ. So you're going to find the rest of this time. Maybe a couple players from Carolina to put some pressure on it through junk. Try to make this messy and stop them on the hill.
And now you're right back in it, down about 20 if you are FaZe. TJ. Burst on through. Revel and MCW now to work with. One more player here lurking really with eyes on this is Draws. 2 more hitting here. 1 person kind of by himself on rotation early for FaZe. That will be a BZ. It's going to try and deal with the other side of this. Just fight as best he can until the troops come. He's done a good job just staying up and getting info.
And if you're Carolina, you got to take advantage of this, right? You're starting to win these rotations. You're getting slow starts from Atlanta FaZe. You have position on these hills. These first breaks have to turn into holds for Carolina so they can start to build this lead on up. They're in another spot here. The first kill went to a BZ off spawn. It's going to be Quinn with the help of Fellow trying to lock down Bridge, but TJ does get dropped.
Yeah, how much time can you actually get here and how hard it can be to get clean time here? You're bobbing and weaving inside of the point, usually juggling to try and get work done in the objective. You talked about the slow start cell. Yeah, the only one really positive for Atlanta FaZe. This is where you have to capitalize. Now 3 are going to die in the feed, but you still have advantage. Don't need to feel the pressure yet.
Well, now the pressure's on where you find 3 kills in the final 10 seconds. You see where Carolina's spawning so far away from this P5. Now Droz is going to spawn out behind them. So I don't know if they're going to read this. Selim, you're kind of all over the place if you're FaZe through the middle of the map, trying to deal with this first push. You're going to have a big one-on-one near P3. That's being Placer versus Simp on rotation. It could be, there we go, able to win it. Great awareness by Simp. Because if Clay gets that gunfight, that's probably a break for the Ravens.
I mean, the fact Clay almost won that is
he's just got a rival.
Yeah, he's just unbelievable. He hit Simp to 8 HP, but now Simp gets to a spot, gets 2 kills. That one-on-one win might lead to a good chunk of time here for Atlanta FaZe. Also on a 3 streak, looking for more, hungry for more. Not going to happen. Clay able to win a close range. Gwyn takes out another. 2 people trying to hold now for FaZe that backs them up out of the point. At least enough pressure here to make sure they're not getting any time. But the passive play working out for now.
Yeah,
good job by
for kills right there, and yeah, just waiting for his teammate Simp and Abizi. Gonna find the final 10 seconds on rotation. Droz is gonna pick up the first. So we saw what P1 45 seconds for Carolina. FaZe trying to make sure that doesn't happen again. Is trying to get into these power positions.
Well, I guess my question for you, we're through 1 set of rotations. It seems like a slow start kind of for FaZe. Did you capitalize enough if you're Royal Ravens?
I mean, that's going to be the question, right? We've seen teams kind of play FaZe tough to this moment.
Yeah.
Right? We saw it yesterday on Vista, and then they start to go off. But that could be the break. You had a BZ on the hill 4 in a row. Carolina able to take back P1 control.
Remember that dominant 45-0 effort you had at P1 the first time through. They're trying to remain perfect here. Maybe able to clear him out of the point as draws. You still play inside. Now with a player on each side of it, you should do that. You already have Celium there early on rotation for P2. So, well, for FaZe, a much better job here from P1 to P2. Not giving up all the time and holding rotation.
Yeah, a lot better job. In North Carolina, I like this play. Kind of don't try to funnel that back alley with Celium already there. Push through mid. Try to get some of the scrap time and start your fight through red and junk, so you can at least give yourself spawns for P3, or at least try to. Abizi still spawning out. Still a lead here for the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, still had a trophy down 2 back there. Like, good luck. I mean, most of the time, if you're going to win this, like, pushing over, you better hit some ridiculous stump. But yeah, they funnel up through mid. Like you said, they have the close red spawns. They slam them. Another big kill. You're spawning out deep. This is a massive moment here for Carolina.
And now it's just this question, what do we want to do? You have Gwyn watching the middle of the map. He's on 4 in a row, starting to get going. 16 and 10 for both Clay and Gwyn. FaZe now trying to do the exact same thing. Get red control, funnel on through, and give themselves junk spawn. So they at least get out of that trap. They can put Carolina in it, but a lot of time going the way of Carolina. Let's go to a listen with the Ravens.
5 on me, dead.
Yeah, nothing 55.
I brought him in. He hasn't ran big yet. 1 drop. Oh, that's you.
13 seconds. Yeah, I'm going. I'm going mid.
Still top on me. Dead. Nice. I got 20 out.
Abe draws us in.
I got
That
20
kid's
out.
spawning out.
Yeah, I'm going trips. I'm going trips. Pinching third. I'm here. I'm low. I'm nading. You're ready? Go. Yep, go. Yeah, look back right now. Hop in left. Hop in the junk. Guys, pop on me. One's a
Jump weak, jump weak, jump weak.
Junk, absolute. Top, one shot close.
I got another junk, one shot.
Absolute. Junk and then. Spawned out for sure. I spawned bridge. He's bottom garage. Bottom garage. Low third stairs. Third stairs. They're still spawning on you. They're still spawning on you. They're still spawning on you.
Heard you.
Only got time. There's only one got time.
Yeah, let's fight.
Double third stairs. Time. One shot.
Last guy.
Mid. They won my mid. Draws. He's absolute our mid pillars. He went up mid big car dumpster. And one's in the back.
Mid.
So no. Alright, we gotta play smart. On the dumpster and so I'm wrapping mid. Making sure they don't get our top threes, right?
I'm coming with you,
I have
Tyler.
the old push through, but
Let's fight this.
mid on us. Absolute to your left, Draws.
Soda ran,
He went
soda.
soda or
I'm
plat?
running, I'm
Soda or
running.
plat?
I stunned him, soda. I stunned him too.
Killed
I'm
one
gonna go
guy
bottom
on
church.
Draws. He went like soda or plat. I think he went around plat to castle. That was
two.
it.
They're gonna go castle.
Top three. Top three of me.
Top three?
Pretty sure. I just heard one. I could be wrong. I'm on church. We're missing one.
Guys are one guy's old on
I'm
me.
just sitting castle, guys. I'm sitting top.
They're double hitting you
top
old.
left.
I got one. One more under you. One shot
Dead.
Simp. Nice. One more old and we're missing Abeezy. Abeezy and Cell. Abeezy and Cell. I swear he's third or some shit. Maybe Ridge. Good time. Someone get
Still on
Ridge.
the old. One at church.
I'm
Running
on
low
okay.
goofs.
He's shooting me from.
No goofs.
He's bottom scap, one shot. Abeezy, one
church,
shot, bottom
church,
scap. Abeezy, bottom scap, one shot.
No, I'm flanking third.
Abeezy's bottom scap, one bullet.
Third.
On back eight.
Yeah,
Top
Dead.
church. Top church. Still missing Abeezy. How much? Abeezy. Dead. Top
I'm gonna look over you, give me a sec. I'll look over you in a sec, give me a sec.
Hold on, I can get him.
I'll look over your church.
He's dead.
There's one
I have a
yellow.
trophy on you.
Yeah, yellow. They shouldn't
I have your top
third.
church.
No, one just won third of me.
At this point, they're on you, bro.
I bottom soda.
Simp is third, one shot.
Joe, I know how important calling names and keeping track of people is. You love what you were hearing from Fellow, yeah?
No, they are for me, right? We don't hear it all the time, but you kind of just heard him sort of. He's got to be bridge or third, and that's where he was. He was just lurking. Yeah, it just gives your teammates so much info. But during that listening, they had the chance to break the P3. Props to FaZe. They get that full 60, but back towards this P4, Carolina have controlled the map, and now they're going to be in a position where if you break this P5, game might be over. Pressure over to FaZe.
Such a chance to take advantage of this map one. Go up 1-0 in this series. You only lost 2 maps total if you were FaZe within this qualifier. Carolina trying to tack on another one and see if they can break through here. Fellow just holding for now, looking for draws, able to get the rest of his team going to drop around him. He's kind of the lone man. He should be collapsed on here pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's the lone man. If FaZe know, they just had to slay around the point. The fact that Draw is able to stay alive for so long behind those barrels just buys his team enough time. And there was that one opportunity, maybe. Maybe there's another. Is Carolina going to push up through red? Try to see if they can find, 10 to 15 seconds here.
And now it feels like it's turning into another one of those games, hard point where FaZe have had the ice. Like this year, all these close games where it's like a 200 type game, they seem to be able to walk away with. We'll see if they can clutch up yet again where it plagued them for the last 2 years. It's been the bread and butter this year as we get ready for our third set now. And we're going to have, 5 points separating these squads.
Yeah, Carolina going to be here early. This whole time, Clay's just been playing for P3, or for top 3, and inside of Chicken. Abeezy, though, I'm sure they were calling him out, trying to find him, because he's on 4 in a row. And now just right up the gut goes the Atlanta FaZe. Abeezy able to win that one, has the help of Simp. Clay, though, gets through. Clay gets through. He had lots of awkward timings, but Simp with the rival able to win the gunfight. Now all map control, lead change to FaZe.
Simp and Abeezy just barely winning gunfights, but just enough to get it done. The 5 in the row, we'll see if it'll carry to a streak. Cellium stays story on 4, or will they even matter? So few points needed. Abeezy beaming at range, trying to snap into red, but he's going to end up dropping. You burst on through, but that's the streak in. Now Cellium able to earn it, maybe have it for a rotation if needed. The fight's still going down around the point because FaZe can still win it here. Just 8 needed to win, 10 or so left on the point in desperation time. Royal Ravens getting just enough kills. No, not yet. Not done yet.
Yeah, not done yet. They were trying to rotate over to P2 and flood, but does not happen. There was always one more player left for Atlanta FaZe. And well, it stays at only 2 map losses throughout the stage.
Well, and I sort of said it like a couple hard points before that. Like, everyone highlights, because it's been some of our bigger series on the year, like FaZe versus Optic, those close hard points. But like, it's not just been that matchup.
Yeah.
Like, it's been like all of FaZe's matchups. They've had so many close hard points this year. And where they collapsed prior years, they have been stepping it up and having the ice when it matters down this stretch. You're so close to stealing one there if you're Royal Ravens, but just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, they had a couple of chances. They did a great job on that second P2 to early break, get spawns. You know, they allow FaZe, though, to break right on back, get P3 rotation, and then there was that chance where Clay, I mean, he was just inside of junk, needed one more kill for the streak when we were in that listen, and he was kind of like, yeah, you heard it. But they slay well with them. It was a very close game, but as you said, FaZe just squeaked on through.
Well, this is one of those ones in the last 2 years, talking MW2 or Vanguard, where like they would have lost. We would have looked at the stat line and saw everyone negative, but sell plus 10 and been like, how? Yeah. Honestly, though, that would have been us exactly. Like, how did Cell put up that much damage, that many kills for the loss? This year, they're just winning those games.
No, they are. Yeah, just that clutch factor, be in the right positions, the right scenarios, and finding those breaks.
Well, yeah, Cell puts up almost 2,000 more damage than everybody else on his squad. Gwyn with some monster numbers as well as we take a look through some highlights now. But man, it feels like that's one maybe you let slip away, but it's tough because, like, you know, you talked about through the midway point kind of, you've had a lot of games that are like 100, 100, 150 to 150, like really tight for FaZe, and they pull away. They didn't there. They were trailing throughout most of it, but...
And I don't know if we're going to see it, but the last, like, rotation, I don't know what happened to Clay. Like, he was rotated so early, shaking. I don't know if he just got bad timing on one player. It was right around this area.
It's not rivaled. It was Semp, right? We saw it on the minimap.
No, it was a little bit after this.
Oh, okay.
It was after this. So you're having these skirmishes go down. So he gets one kill on the Draws. We don't see it after. He gets weird timing with 5, with draws it again. There's all this weird timing going on. And then he's kind of like, they got through me somehow. Abizi's inside of green, and he's the last player alive and has to flank through mid. Ends up losing that gunfight. Maybe if he finds Draze again off spawn, can get in the top 3, I don't know, at least get him off that hill.
It's tough. How many times have we seen that in the minimap? Just like you're watching it, and you see 2 arrows basically like looking at each other, getting a real awkward timing, and that one opening ends up costing you. You feel that one if you're Clay. You thought you had it. Him and Gwyn started out real hot. You slayed with them like you said. You had the fire there, just not enough at the tail end of it as they win it in the final P1. And for the most part, I mean, P1 dominated the first time through for Ravens. The second time through, they did a really good job until, you know, FaZe kind of answered back the second half of it. If they could control it one more time, maybe you walk away with that win.
Yeah, I think that's the break, is sort of that second break from FaZe, because that sets them up for P3. Really what FaZe did a good job of is the money hills, the P5s and the P3s. That's where they cashed in on all their time.
Yeah, they really did. When they needed to answer, just keep it close, they were able to do that. Down by as much as, 60 or 70, but end up getting the dub. Looking to remain perfect at 6-0 if they can win this series. We now get ready for Invasion, Search, and Destroy. And when you were looking at this, where did you think maybe were your biggest chance for upsets?
I think maybe these first 2 maps, right? Karachi was solid for Carolina. You get a close map. Invasion is another one where they've played this map all year long. It's just, yeah, FaZe is 9-3 on it. They have a ton of reps.
Yeah.
Right, we saw at the last major how clutch Carolina could be in some of these scenarios. This is a tough matchup for them. Carolina loves to play sub-base, and you can even see the fact that where have they had recent Search and Destroy success? Rio, and FaZe is like, we love Rio, but we're not going to give that to you today.
Yeah, no, that's been kind of their bread and butter across the board. They're pretty much untouchable, but they don't give it to them. You know, FaZe is going to want to play everything at times, and now seems like a good time to, I don't know, mess around a little bit, I would think, just considering where they're sitting currently in the stands. They don't have much to worry about when you think about heading into the next major, but the best mode. Search and Destroys. Look at the pregame here for Royal Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you wanted, right? It was like the respawns were there.
This is what we were begging for with this team.
That Search and Destroy had to get better, and they finally are. The problem is it's only on 2 maps. So you do get a Karachi in a game 5, but as I said, FaZe is like, you're 3-0 on Rio. We're not going to give TJ and Gwyn just an opportunity to pop off. Yeah, we have a BZ and Sip, but sure, let's veto this. Let's play something else. Keep Invasion. Another go-to map here for FaZe.
Well, let's get right into this Search and Destroy. Gwyn, the ability to take over, getting some tags onto one, but we'll see if he can get more involved as they're working to get this bomb down. A chance working up the B street to maybe isolate Clay, but Clay just kind of backing it up. Now they're working around trying to get this bomb down. Teej's POV for now as he's spotting.
And you saw that stat right there, just #1 in opening duels on attack. And that just comes behind players like TJ and Gwyn. After getting that first blood, can he convert? First blood this time goes to the first blood king.
He's just getting wall banged everywhere, trying to slide back and forth. Unfortunately, he slides back across and the shots come through. Yeah, the first blood king gets the first one. Clay bringing it back though. 3 versus 3 now, 40 seconds to go. The other side of the tiny tears will give them advantage again. And Abizi's doing a great job. Just mid-map control, spotting for info.
Yeah, just where these fast rotations can happen. But Fellow stays alive in a tough scenario. Simp, I think, just hit some bad timing. Doesn't spot him behind the sandbags. Now it's down to Cell. 20 seconds. Gwyn and Fellow able to clutch the 2 versus 3.
I feel like there's a lot of spots that can happen on this map, on like either side of mid, where like if you're thinking about maybe finding a timing and hitting the flank, if it's a little bit off, it's instead a player like wrapping back and getting on a heady. Like it reminds me of almost like the one where Purge, like that round 11, like he thinks he's gonna hit the flank, someone backs up suddenly on the Jeep heady. It's like, oh, well, I'm fried.
Yeah, just the way Sim jumped there, I don't know if he spotted him. Just I think that's when Fellow maybe in the middle of that doing a pop-up.
Just got a little awkward timing.
Maybe that's just not where his eyes are.
This is your eye doctor, and this is you.
I really like my doctor, but I love saving time and money. So now I keep it simple. I get my prescription from my doctor, but my contact lenses from lens.com.
See more, spend less. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Rumor has it that our new New York-style pizza is Domino's best pizza yet. Made with our fresh, never-frozen dough that's stretched thin and cut into 6 foldable slices. Rumor also has it that you might have to fight over the last slice. Order Domino's New York-style tonight and see for yourself.
Of course it stops loading at the best part.
You need Verizon. Get their crazy powerful network out here and get 6 months of Disney Bundle on them.
Stream with 6 months of Disney Bundle on us. And watch on the new Galaxy S24 Plus, also on us. Only on Verizon.
Franklin University makes it possible.
Advance in today's most in-demand fields with a degree from Franklin University. As a top choice for busy adults, Franklin offers accelerated programs that prepare you for sought-after careers in business, healthcare, technology, and education. Take charge of your future with Ohio's #1 nonprofit university for online degrees. Franklin makes it possible. Franklin makes it personal.
Franklin University makes it possible.
You saw it, BZ and Simp. They wanted to put the pressure through DVD, but instead they got caught.
1-0 now. The Royal Ravens work to get some tags is TJ. Playing pretty deep. On the B side will be Clay, and he's going to throw the smoke, track back, get the first blood, stay alive. Beautiful there from Clay.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Not behind like a heady, just kind of right behind the pole, ready for the gunfight. Not in your usual position on B. Just kind of rotates and hopes he finds one, gets away with his life. That is exactly what you want from him in that spot.
Yeah, that smoke cuts the angle completely for the rest of the people to try and get the trade. But they will get the plant down, so still a very winnable situation here for Atlanta.
Now it comes down to just MC on the flank. He's got to deal with 3 players. Not going to be ready for Gwyn in that spot, though.
Can't deal with much. Snapping back, trying to do it is Simp. He's going to drop as well, picking him apart so far as Royal Ravens. Draza just torched. And it's a round win for Royal Ravens. Fantastic retake there.
I mean, great teamwork out of Carolina. Starts with Clay. He's able to win 2 big one-on-ones. He shot well in map #1. Very consistent. Don't worry. They're just loading up their field upgrades. Gonna hop on that defuse. Does get close. But Fellow gets on it. Now they're up 2-0.
Yeah, still 3 to go, but it get closer than it usually gets.
Where are you going?
Yeah. Imagine there's just like a miscomm there.
Yeah.
I thought you were hopping it.
We've seen that before. Can happen.
But so far, so good now for Royal Ravens. They do a great job when they get first blood. They do a great job when they have the first blood. Taking a look at, the full-on loaded field upgrades you see there for Royal Ravens. So they're taking a little bit of extra time. Now TJ, bomb in hand, they look to attack again.
Fellow with the low nade, just waiting to see if there's any aggression up the A street. Nothing crazy out of phase. Have this 2-man setup with a BZ and Simp mid-tank. Sorry, Simp now in broken. Sorry, it draws in a BZ in the middle of the map, and then Celium just hanging out over towards A. It's just where do they want to go with this bomb? So looking like it's at least going to start at A.
Last time TJ's in this spot, wiggles a little too long, ends up getting wall banged, and they have to set up to maybe do that again. All the vehicles exploding, stun in, checking for info, but they backed out for now, trying to avoid all of this stuff, so good job from Royal Ravens. Now you've got 45 seconds off the clock. Time starting to dwindle a bit. You've got to start to work on this execute. The explosion comes through. Draza's going to be picked. The BZ will drop mid, and the patience paying off for Royal Ravens. 5 in a row for Gwyn, by the way. Clay on 3 in a row. Atlanta FaZe being outplayed, outclassed here in the map, too.
Yeah, Simp over towards Broken. He feels like he's got to activate, and while Clay is just waiting for him, Celium in another tough spot. He gets taken down. First blood for Carolina. They get Gwyn behind that mid-tank, and he snaps. 3 in the round, gets the streak. So he has the crews to work with. 6-0 here for Gwyn.
Yeah, he's lighting it up. Clay right there with him. It was what? Kind of Clay and Gwyn early.
Oh, it was those two, yeah,
map one. And usually I feel like, more talking Respawn, but I feel like a lot of times when they struggled, it was like one of them kind of put up a dud. Like, at least when we've casted them, it's like Gwyn had a tough map or Clay had a tough map. Typically when they're both frying, they're in a decent spot. Looking good right now. Is Atlanta FaZe up against? You only have 2 kills. 1 on BZ, 1 on Simp. Not often you see them just kind of getting dismantled and search to destroy.
Actually, in 1 round. So since then, they've been
goosed. Yeah. We'll see how they'll try to like change the tide into their favor, but got to worry about the threat of a streak now. Clay playing a bit of a different position this time defensively. Is more standard there on the B bomb. Now Atlanta FaZe poised, looking to set up the attack. Haven't been able to get a one-on-one, but oh, here, look at this, getting aggressive, trying to isolate him. Great play call there. As they take the 2-on-1, take a BZ out of it. TJ falls over the second somehow. Gwyn still hunting, makes him 7-0. Atlanta FaZe playing with flat feet right now, it seems. Dictating the pace is Carolina.
And that's just, you catch him out of timing. A BZ is about to slide into that back door, and try to see if he's in that corner. And that is just when Gwyn and DJ decide to push it. So they're able to catch him for that first blood. Just great awareness. And the skirmish that they have been winning throughout this map is mid-tank. Cafe and mid-tank, it started round 1 with the clutch. They did it on their last offense with Gwyn finding 2. It's just been that area where they're taking over, and that just puts so much pressure on that A-bomb site.
They've dominated that position of the map, that's for sure. We'll see if they can do it yet again.
16.
Yeah, this is wild. Out of Royal Ravens so far is absolutely stifling Atlanta FaZe here in search. Just 2 more rounds. I mean, we'll see. FaZe will lose a search, don't get me wrong, but it's not often, they're like maybe getting 6-0'd. That's pretty rare. First blood, though, you get it this time. You only had that, round 1, I believe, when a BZ got it, and you still lost the round. Here, can you activate behind this? Maybe just get something to flow with. BZ from mid, still looking for eyes. Draza bringing them back into this one. He's gotten 2 now. Maybe he draws his gun to get high.
And again, it's just been in this spot. Nice shots by Fellow. But Draza with the first blood. Such a great S&D player. He's able to find that and just rotates to help out his teammate, but now it's another 3-on-2. 35 seconds to work with. Fellow and Clay gonna have those MCWs, try to find a pick. It's just a question, are FaZe gonna give them anything?
Well, they're gonna work this right across Draza, and he's gonna catch him. Able to take out Draza, now down to a 2 versus 2. Pistol hits, Selim gets his first in this game. Felony yet to die. Finally, it looks like it's gonna happen. He's tagged up, he is dropped. A round win now for Atlanta FaZe. About time. I heard an 0-4 hole. It's not looking good. Draza really gets him going in this round.
Yeah, it's Fellow again, just mid-tank control, right? Able to peel off of Easy, then slides on in on a Draza. The problem is that because there are still 35 seconds left, Selim had to watch the A street. You still had Simp over towards B, so we had no real help. And see how it's gone so far. So 1 first blood in that, 2 first bloods for FaZe. The one they weren't able to win was that round number 1.
Well, you get around win. Now can you start to claw back into this? Looks to be pretty heavy-handed over towards B this time around. So Clay will be kind of the point man to deal with this. First person to transition over will be Fellow. Stun is going to hit, so some info there to Clay. He's got a trophy pretty aggressively here, so if they try to smoke or something.
There was. I think that was it.
Might have been.
Or it was just a nade, but they're going to know there's a trophy there now. Could be tough to cross. This is usually when you want it, but to the positioning of Clay, not going to hurt Draza. This almost looks like a fake. Maybe try to get them to over-rotate and then go back towards A. It's going to bait out the crews.
We'll see if he can catch anybody. Goes hunting, not able to hit, but half the round has dwindled down from a time standpoint.
So that does get Clay into a better spot, right? They felt like they needed to use that because FaZe was at B. But FaZe just really baited the streak control. Now it's down to Clay. You reposition him. He's able to find the first blood. Second gunfight. BZ wins it, but they have to plant the bomb, and here comes the Ravens.
Nice shots there from Tej, but again, traded back. Draza goes huge in another round. 8 HP, but takes down 2. 2 versus 1. Gwyn last alive. Draz taken over.
He's hunting them. They're not going to go for the plant. They're going to go for the kill.
Better hope you get it. 4 seconds to go, just barely hunt him down, and that was a sketchy one.
Yeah, there was, what, 12 seconds left when they started to push forward. They knew they had him trapped inside.
Well, the streak was great, though, because, like, you know how we were talking about the smoke and getting across? Like, it basically made you have to try and do that again. Like, it's hard enough to get across to B, like, to have to do it again. Once they know for sure you're there, like, the gig's up. Just, what, a BZ's kill to get Clay and make sure he doesn't get 2. But, I mean, Draza here. I mean, these two... That's the difference.
He even pre-fires it. He's ready for that next gunfight. Huge play from him.
At Not Howie says Taco Bell only really hits after midnight, which is why I'm going to use the Cantina chicken menu to help him see the Taco Bell light. It hits. Hi. Are you at Not Howie? Food hits, right? The Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco isn't just for late night.
Like it never happened.
Why did we get internet from this cell phone company? The Ball Brothers.
Here to save you with super fast, reliable Spectrum internet.
Switch now.
But yeah, I mean, really the streak got Clay into a better spot because he's inside ice cream like, guys, I have no help. They've already crossed the tank. They're already in this corner. I need something.
Well, that and like Cell was already a bomb. Like basically, yeah, he had to do it over again. So yeah, good streak use. Just unfortunately can't then execute after that. I thought when TJ gunned Cell, honestly, like I thought that was probably the round. It doesn't end up being the case. So back-to-back rounds after being down 0-4 if you are Atlanta FaZe, but they have been a resilient bunch, that's for sure. Some info now for a BZ, but MCW up close and personal. He's in a reposition for now. Doesn't want to deal with maybe a rival Chow.
Well, why he's been so good on this map. First, he finds another first blood in this round, but just doing it with the MCW, right? We saw this at the last major. When you can get him there with this and be as effective as he is with an SMG, you're going to take that all day. It gets a little awkward inside a connector, but a BZ's got his trade.
BZ.
That's 3. This is for the ace.
Working on the ace. Not going to happen. Fellow's going to shut down the ace. This guy's had some insane aces on this map, but good luck in this one. 3 straight now for Atlanta FaZe. But yeah, I think a BZ plays positions with the MCW. Those will struggle because he's just, well, we know he's one of the best sub players of all time, but he'll win some fights. He has no rights winning. But it also helps you, he can help on any of the crosses, just having the gun with a little more range. But he also just takes, he takes just positions on the map that other people are scared to do. The guy plays with some swagger and search, that's for sure.
Yeah, first 4 rounds wasn't working, but they're able to now get within a round. Able to, succeed when they find the first bloods on defense, but I think the big thing is winning that attack round and forcing them to use a cruise.
Yeah.
For a round loss.
Now you start to feel the pressure a bit. If you're Carolina, you are dominating. You threw 3 or 4 rounds, you had 2 kills for FaZe, but they start to make adjustments. They start to bring it back. This is where, if you're Carolina, you really want to slow the bleeding. Get another round in the bag. We'll see where the fight's going to start now. Is Atlanta FaZe just looking for an opener?
Yeah, it looks like Carolina's just trying to trap them B Street when they get aggressive, right? You have this Clay, TJ crossfire, but there's another one. Abizi with the headshot. Another first blood for him. See, has turned this game around for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, his moments in Drosses have absolutely turn this around. We'll see what the timing ends up being for Gwyn. He's able to catch one. He's going to back it up at the same time. BZ's going to get another. Yeah, he is in takeover mode right now.
Might just go up B. Yeah, they're going to wrap all the way through A Street. They've already crossed, and now it's like, uh-oh. Fellow would love to have that kill. That was the bomb carrier, but with a BZ's one-on-two win B Street, they have B bomb control.
Yeah, map like flipped on its head, right? You don't often see that where you're pushing all the way through the defensive spawn to then get to B, but that's what the call is going to be, and they'll get this down. Now can they close out in the 3 versus 2, or do Fellow and Gwyn have some magic in the tank? They got 35 to work with. Draza got eyes on 1. This is so tough to do. Damage in from Semp, but also able to walk away with a kill. So it's all on to Fellow now, with not a whole lot of time to work with.
Yeah, one of those spots where he could challenge in, but he's just playing for info. Draza then jumps on through, able to get the last one. So, well, you had that chance. It was turned into a 3-on-3, but a BZ wins both the gunfights on the players B Street. And I like to play from Gwyn, right? Just, all right, the smoke is down. I'm going to push through Cafe, gets one and gets out with his life. Doesn't get too greedy for a second kill. He's just hoping a teammate trades with a BZ, and that doesn't happen.
This just, dude, it was so lopsided through those first 4. Like, they were so dominant. They seem to have just everything, like they've done their homework, like just on the 2v1 chow calls, some of the timings they were getting, like they knew where to isolate players at FaZe, and then it has just changed. Another first blood, as it has been a flurry now for FaZe, as Cell gets another.
Yeah, I mean, look where that death is. That's just Clay's pre-firing the cross, and Cell's like, yeah, all right.
Cool, I'll take that fight.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's Cell's second kill, too. Like, he's getting kills like that. He's only got 2 in the game.
Challenge you to a duel.
Yeah, right? A BZ at 8 and 6. He has been a difference maker these last 4, and another kill here. 3 straight for him. Info in for Simp. Bomb down, and players kind of trapped right now. I mean, no one's working the flank on them yet, but they're pinned in.
Yeah, I mean, Fellow and Gwyn are hoping like someone gets lackadaisical on the FaZe side, pushes through the pinch and gets caught, but that's not happening. They are able to find Simp. There's no trade. 30 seconds, though. They are going to have to work to one bomb site. You have a BZ watching the cross. And Draza and Cell are kind of just making sure they don't rotate back through middle of the tank, because that's where they are going. This is all about information. Now a BZ going to reposition, be ready for the next gunfight.
They kind of got what they wanted, though. You're just like, Simp got a little jumpy, kind of sent it. You get that kill, but you just get the spot. Draza gets 1. Last is tagged up, pushing forward and challenging. Fist bumps out and FaZe another one. 5 straight rounds, answering the 4 straight early from Carolina.
Yeah, there are some adjustments, but I think geez, just these opening duels.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's set FaZe apart in Search over the years is just they are better at making mid-game adjustments than most teams, mid-round adjustments. But yes, there has been a definite change. That's also probably an adjustment thing, too, of just getting the first bloods. I mean, they're not usually handed out for free. But
that one was in the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, that one was a little bit different. You just sort of gunned him to sleep across the map, it seemed. But yeah, 4 in a row, double digits now for a BZ. From the depths, the guys bring it back. Now 1 round away. Still winnable here for Royal Ravens, and finally you get the first blood with a nade. You needed that one desperately. Info for Draza, just enough to get the kill through. The stun will actually hit. He's going hunting, sending it forward. Doesn't realize he actually got through the cut. Now he's stunned back, trying to stay up. Somehow wins the fight. Another one pushes, they'll drop, but the fact that Draza gets 2 leaves you now in the 2 versus 2. What a crazy little sequence that was.
Did he get some help from a teammate or what? I mean, he melted him.
He had to have, right? It looks weird when the stun like hits.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Unless it was too perfect. Like
2 bursts, but you know, we had a little contact delay, so that happened. But either way, well, that was going on. They plant the bomb, and a BZ is all the way top American. Oh, he's in a tough spot, though. Is Simp going down? He has no eyes on the bomb, and Clay not going to be ready for this, a BZ.
Yeah, the spot was great till Simp died.
Yeah.
And they'll clutch up. Gwyn with
unless you have some like
blood.
Hydra wallbang spot.
Yeah, true. But you finally get a first blood. You get us to around 11, and now this crazy run from FaZe to bring it back. Maybe you can just silence it all with a round 11 win here if you're Carolina. You had a chance to win the map. 1 is a tight one. You were in utter control here.
That was really weird. After the first blood, it's like, I mean, Fellow's just trying to reposition, but you just got caught in the middle of the map, running around.
Yeah. draws it, just sends it. All right, 11. Here we go. Some tags in as Clay and Stella still exchanging hellos. Oh!
So I think the trophy does not get down.
4 HP. My God, he's still up.
So the smoke play could work on B right now because as soon as that goes down, there's already a nade on the floor. It deals with that.
Who's going to have the ice? The big moment's coming now. TJ, great shots in for the headshot on Sim.
And he stays here. He says, I'll take the next gunfight as well.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't take any damage there. He's still in a good spot, so he's just going to hold it. But a much-needed first blood again. 4v3 advantage for Carolina. You can close it out here.
What was the problem for Carolina last time in a round like this? It was really a BZ B Street. Instead of pushing up B Street, though, Clay just going to wrap back to his teammates. You don't have the bomb if you are FaZe, and now you could get caught. Draws just got to slide, but there is the crossfire. The teamwork for Carolina on point. Celium is hoping that BZ can find something, but it does not happen because he gets hunted.
Unbelievable stuff here. Battling back. 18 seconds to go. BZ simply too many to kill. TJ is going to close it out. And yeah, you give up 5 straight, but you have the ice when it matters. Map 1, it's the FaZe ice. Map 2, it's the ice here from Carolina as they lap it up. They get the win.
That's one of those we almost threw that one away.
Yeah. You felt the pressure in that moment, that's for sure. You're now tied up 1-1. You felt like you're going to get some wins here for Carolina, but come to the map 1 or map 2, they're able to at least split that 1-1 as the series maybe gets harder as we go forward. But we take a look at now some of the performances here in a up and down one.
I mean, I think the G for Carolina is just their map control. When they were winning those rounds, they were getting multiple kills around mid-tank. It was TJ in that last round who was able to bring it back. It was Gwyn at moments, Fellow at moments. Just felt like a lot of the time he's went their way, and Cell 2 and 8, but 2,400 damage.
I'd say 2,400 for 2 is criminal. Like that is absolutely wild. But the first bloods, I mean, big story of it, you get it 6-5 if you are Carolina, and that will be your score count. I mean, I know some teams able to clutch up when they didn't have numbers, but woo, unbelievable stuff there. 2 nail biters, and yeah, last time they played, they went to a game 5. Carolina, we know, can play just about anybody tough. They already have a upset over New York to their resume over the course of this qualifier stretch, but they're pushing FaZe the distance.
Well, they are. It feels like, again, they are getting better, right, than what we saw at times throughout stage 2. Feels like a more complete game from Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, the search and destroy is really what they need to improve, and it has. It's made them a much more of a threat. But that'll do it for our first 2 maps. We get ready for our map 3 as we continue on in this series. You've already taken 1. Can you take this series if you're Carolina? Or will Atlanta FaZe remain perfect? We head to High Rise after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Sonic $1.99 crispy tender wraps.
Use Hydro Boost Water Cream, 9 times the hydration for replenished, dewy, glowy skin. Grab at your nearest store today.
Bro, you reek. Time to up your laundry game, son. You're welcome.
Hello. You need to know this. I ain't no Spice Girl. Do you know what girl power means to me? Sarah Vaughan, Lauryn Hill. That's real girl power, mate.
Amy Winehouse, Back to Black, rated R. Only in theaters May 17th.
Now at Verizon, trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far.
Yeah.
Listen, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
Hey, you got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, no, I knew it was going to be warm today. I had a feeling, so I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the Peloton though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody home. Hopefully, no one.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads. But no, we get ready to go deeper into this, and yeah, excited to see if Carolina can pull off the upset. I feel like Joe and I have casted this team all their matches the entire year. It's been fun to watch them improve, but they got to get through Selim. You see his control stats through the Major 3 qualifiers on your screen. The guy has been a tank as far as high-rise control. The advantage here for FaZe, but we've seen some real good looks from Carolina.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at Carolina's round 5 right here. There's a couple of those that should have probably went their way. So this could easily be like a 8-3 record for Carolina. Definitely their best control. We've been seeing it more and more for them. And on the FaZe side, it feels like this is all they've been playing recently. They're comfortable on evasion. They're not too worried about that. They know teams are going to try and target this.
They keep putting in work, and we'll see if Terraza can get to work. Abizi is sending it early. They're trying to get on the point quickly, but from bottom mid and on the flank comes Gwen. Ripped off the heady as Abizi is shooting right now. A difficult gunfight. Is there enough ammo in it? Doesn't matter. He slides forward with his MCW. 3 are going to drop. They do take care of Abizi, though.
Yeah, big kill for them, and now they know. They can take their time. There's no trophies up yet. Simps just trying to avoid everything. He's getting stunned. Dodges the nades, though, so already a tick. Nice little break off there for FaZe. Plus, they have a 3-life advantage, and the timing goes the way of Simp. As he is just finessing, hitting the slides.
Yeah, man, it's all this can be here from this adventure sometimes.
Oh, no.
He thought he had the kill, I think.
I did, too.
He looked to snap to the next, and TJ made him pay. Nice play with the Renetti from Teej, but bit of progress on B, trying to do some work here at A and set them up deep. TJ continues to roll. He had 2 with the Renetti, now 2 with the MCW on 4 straight as we hop over to Gwen's POV. And you've got a moment to breathe now, reset, get in your spots if you're Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, carrying over from that round 11, was able to find the ace in that round 11. Now 4 in a row, make it 5. He is locked in, but there's still presence over towards B for FaZe. And they've really paused the clock, so it's like, whoa! You have a lot of chances, but TJ is hitting, able to earn the cruise.
You know how hard that fight is through the tower sometimes. He just makes it look so
I
easy.
think he wins that one. I don't know if he's 150 HP yet. I think he would have won that gunfight.
Yeah.
When enamel is gone, you cannot get it back. I recommend Pronamel Repair. It actively repairs acid-weakened enamel.
Every time you step up to the grill, you gotta deliver. And flavor's the last thing you have to worry about. Because no one flavors like we flavor. Grill Mates, flame and flavor.
Please don't ask what a spicy McCrispy is. That would make me feel too sad for you.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
TJ has for a few years now been one of the streakier players in the league at times, but like when he's high, he's still got it. Fellows 0-6. TJ can't miss a bullet. Like unbelievable so far, but the progress continuing now at B, trying to get the extra minute added on. You still have 30 here to work with. TJ's going to invest the streak right away.
Here's the issue. Again, they've done such a good job, FaZe, just staying on the point. Abizi does get taken down where you still have 24 seconds to work with. Now you're on A. And if this goes a minute longer, they only have 9 lives. Does Carolina. So life advantage for FaZe. And I think that's why they're playing so aggressive on these objectives. But now they're getting caught, and that's going to be 3 dead.
Yeah, no, they've had like a little presence on A over and over and over again, which I think lets them do what they want to do. They want to bleed lives. They want to play the lives games. Bring it to that, and they think they're going to win. They have a chance to now do it here. Maybe the minute extension, but they lose on the point. Cell shooting bodies, 12 HP, and a dream he will drop. You are on B, looking for the extra minute. No respawns remaining now for Carolina. It's been a long round, but a chance to shut it down now if you're faced.
What, 8 versus 3, a minute left. Nade does connect, and I like that from Sal. Just don't overchow. Wait for your teammates off spawn. You have numbers. You're playing this like a search round. You can use the cruise as well. You have the cruise on Cell, but not gonna happen. A little bait and switch to force the 7 versus 2.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to have basically lost like 2 3v4s very clean. Like there was just so much time to work with too in that situation. But yeah, I mean, whether it was, you know, Sims kind of finesse on B the first time where he stayed alive for a really long time, dodging everything, or the fact that they, before they got the first take down at A, I think they had a body on like 4 different times. At least just pausing the clock for bit by bit.
And when you see that sort of progress is being made at A, defenders kind of, someone's got to get over there. Someone's got to get over it, start to panic. Abizi does a really good job over towards B as well, just getting on the point, off the point, finding different timings, mantling on up, able to win that offense.
Well, they'll strike first in this. Now see if they can close it out on defense, but you survive a tear there from TJ. He's got as many kills as the rest of his squad combined. I mean, he was popping off in the early going.
Already had the cruise out as well.
True. So they forced that out quickly. You see the league leader there, #1 defensive record, 15-3 on high rise this season. They've been playing a lot. They've been playing it well.
But do we have a graphic curse? We might. That is the question, because we saw it in the first series about how great Vegas's defense was, and then they lose the round.
We've done that twice for them. They've lost both times.
Yeah. So now we're going to see if it's real.
A chance for it here. Already second tick about to be done. Gwyn is,
it might be real.
Yeah, he's frying. 6 straight for him.
Easy Mac is cursing people.
About to be done. You've got a nice 6 life advantage. And yeah, the Easy Mac curse seems to be continuing here, but still got work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. We've seen this where as soon as B's gone, starts are really locked in A, take over map control. Cruise out of Gwyn. It's now back-to-back rounds. You've gotten a cruise. What is it going to turn into? The first round turned into a loss.
Yeah, I feel like these guys they're getting cruises and using them within 5 seconds.
I'll get another one. Screw it.
Yeah, they're just sending it, but obviously some pressure on to get a round victory here due to the offensive round win for Atlanta FaZe. TJ still looking to be in cruise control, and he's doing that. Double positive. 3 in a row on the board for him. Clay struggling to get it going. Yet he's 6-12, but they're still okay. 90 seconds to work with, and they've just held on to this life advantage. It's going to be tough now to maybe do what FaZe did and bring this down the line. I don't know if you have the time to do it right now.
And they have an idea. Sims looking for TJ, was watching underground. As soon as he takes down Cell, is there for the trade. And there's just one more player who's pushed on up. That last player just... At least you're buying space for your teammates off spawn. I think that's the best case scenario. You have this 5 life advantage. Almost able to make it 6. Good trades. You have the minute. So still time to work with for Carolina, but they want to play this TDM.
Yeah, it's just like, can they get it there? Can they get it? It's going to be close, right?
You're going to have to put a body on the point at some point.
More than likely, I think, yes. If it's going to come down to lives, you're going to need some presence onto the objective. You can't just purely put this behind the slang. TJ waiting.
Well, now
spotted by Simp, and now it's like, okay, well, guys,
he saw you.
I'm out of the play. I'm gonna have to go back around. Oh, he actually is able to get the hop up and get a kill. I think he's gonna be able to do that. Nearly snaps off. There's not the board there. He might get another one. Onto the point you go. You're able to stop this now. Better chance to take this down to the lives. Everybody kind of coming off a spawn except for Abizi. Abizi's gonna drop.
Yeah, Clay would love to have that trophy, but a trophy ain't a trophy, so he doesn't have a trophy. That's the way it works. So now he's gonna avoid all the nades. Does pause the clock, 10 versus 5. Gwyn is here, has the help. Clay and TJ just finessing, trying to bleed him out.
You're getting some nice picks here if you're FaZe. You've done a great job trading back and forth. It's gonna be a 3v6 now, 20 seconds to go. Second bit of progress was not finished. Gwyn looking to pounce. Simp hits the drop shot. Traza wins one from up top, but can't get away. Now it's gonna be on the tiny tears. Abizi and Simp. to hold in the 2 versus 4. Here we go. 5 seconds on the clock. Abizi wants to pounce, takes the pressure to them, wins 2. Are you kidding? They get on the point. Sip wins this one. Now down to a 1 versus 1. Abizi, fellow. 2 seconds to go. The rival advantage is out. The tiny tears pop off. Abizi gets 3 of the final 4.
And that is just the rival choice, right? Having the rival in hand, and he's just like, all right, we're in a 4-on-2. I am going to try to find a timing on the 2 players off spawn, and it is the perfect timing because the 1 player who was already pushed up was on the outer part of blue, right? That was Fellow. So he just hits the gap in between Carolina and is like, hey, I'm going to win this.
It's just like, how many players in a 2v4 like, I'm hitting it.
Well, you have the rival there, right?
Yeah, it's like the only way you can win it. He has a rival, I know, but like he just looks so crazy. Like thinking about being a 2v4, he just goes, and well, it pays off. He'll take 3 straight into this, and they were 3 massive ones. 2-0 advantage right now, and the kills are flowing. And thanks to Abizi, the easy mat curse is dead.
That's true. It was close though.
It sure as hell was. You just get your first one on the board behind Gwen. So he'll take a double there. You've already had a presence on both points right now. Same thing they did through that first round. Just constant objective awareness and presence.
Yeah, just keeping someone alive on the map, getting on the point, forcing Carolina to have to maybe push up towards it, catch them, and then they jump off the point. Just keeping you honest.
And think about how big of a difference like the time is in the sense, if that 4v2, you've got 40 seconds to work with, it's a very different conversation.
Surely is.
When there's 7, it's you gotta go. You have to make a play, and you know, Abizi catches the timing. Probably not the case if you had a little bit more time to work with.
That's just what this is. They're throwing bodies at A, bodies at B. Carolina's like, which one are they hitting? They're not hitting either. Now someone's on this one. And while you're doing that, players are repositioning. They're trying to throw nades, so you just get some freebies like Stell should have right here.
Nearly a second, not quite able to do it, but it leads to a kill there for Simp. So damage done and second tick through over at B, but they've been one of the better control teams over the years. And yeah, sometimes they've been sort of slay first, objective later. Sometimes it's working them in together. But I think at the end of the day, they're usually trying to bleed you out, suffocate you.
No, their idea on this map is just pause the clock as much as you can, then play your life.
It's paused again. 2 versus 2 here on the point. Raz slides out the chow, but he'll get tagged to the back from one of the spotters coming through, so you'll hold for now. But then look, even though you lost everybody, clock still being paused on the other side of it. Last guy up and buys them a couple of seconds. Now, are you going to be able to get out and get B? We'll see. That's one of the risks with this type of playstyle. I mean, this is going to happen to you sometimes, I imagine.
Yeah, you finally get a set of kills this Carolina, so puts the pressure on FaZe. Not a lot of time to work with. And they're not finding any trades. 5 in a row as a squad for Carolina. Win locking down blue, I thought, but Celium says, can't deal with me. He's got a teammate in Carolina on the board.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when you're a player like that, you have to eventually capture one of the points, though. Like, you need that minute extension at the very least to give yourself a shot to win the round. Otherwise, it's going to lead to that. So, good job, despite some of the crazier moments where, I mean, you had like a 10-life advantage of your FaZe. You're dictating the pace, but in the couple of big holds they needed to close out the round, you're able to do it if you're Carolina.
Yeah, you have to win the fights on the point and then sort of keep that presence, you know, over towards B. Don't allow them to climb the ladders, get on the point, finesse into a corner, keep someone like TJ or Gwyn on it.
Whip going fast, now my foot on the gas, round the corner and I'm gone in a flash. Need power? Try the #1 longest lasting AA battery, Energizer Ultimate Lithium.
Now that I'm retired, my wife and we want to find our forever home. She wants a nice neighborhood with good schools, and I want to live in a Dick's House of Sport.
A house of what?
House of Sport. It's an athlete's paradise. So we snuck in here to film a video to convince my wife how sick it would be to live here.
Wait, are we trespassing?
You want to live here? Yes! Ready? Break.
Oh. Action.
Yeah, action's my line. That's what I say. I am the director.
And then allow your teammates to work up the map around you.
I just wouldn't be surprised if like that's going to be kind of common with FaZe's strat here. Like, it's either you win the round on offense or you don't get either of the points finished. Like, honestly, they get some progress on both. TJ, definitely been the hot hand at times for this team, just trying to stay up at the tank. Because they need a big offensive round here to push to the round 5. There are no strangers to some crazy offensive rounds on this map, but so far being picked apart, and an opening now for FaZe to get aggressive here on defense.
Nice patience out of Abisi. That can get awkward through the rails. Pops the Deddy, but the MCW gonna win that gunfight.
Yeah, you see like a spidey sense sometimes in those moments. You're trying to get aggressive up towards their base. Like, timing's gonna be so good, so bad. Or something in between. Cell is twisted.
That's your
putting
teammate.
shots into Dross. Dross still able to get a kill.
Yeah, he's got 2 now. You do get TJ out. And I think he just had one of those gunfights, able to connect onto Simp. But Abisi in here, and TJ was so weak, so it just took a couple of bullets long range.
Yeah, a couple to the dome, and he finishes it. Now you know he's still lurking this side of the map, so it kind of forces you to funnel over towards A or funnel up towards mid and then maybe work your way across. They've kind of taken B out of the equation due to his position. We'll see how long Abisi can fight from that spot, or will his teammates just find the kills?
They haven't touched the objective throughout this round. Gwyn hits the underground again, so it looks like he should be able to touch A. For a second, Abisi gets caught. It's like, do I just hold my spot? Do I go back, deal with this player? Cruz, though, from Cell. Gonna be called in. So right after this hits, they have to get back on the objective. Not gonna happen. FaZe win the map.
Yeah, that was a wild defensive hold. I mean, listen, plenty of times that we had rounds where people don't get a tick. Plenty of times we have where you don't capture a point, but where you don't actually get to sniff an objective, that can be pretty rare on a map like this. They don't quite do it, but it's close. They lock them out throughout the course of that, but it's a 2-1 advantage now for FaZe. They're able to take both of the respawns. A fantastic round 11 victory in the map 2 is why Carolina in the hunt still as we look forward to a map 4, but some wild rounds in that one.
No, and this is, you know, against some of the better teams on this map. Carolina have had rounds like that where you look at the 4v2 and it's just like, one they should have won. Right, we're going to a round 5. Maybe they have a defense. They played well. They slayed well. Clay didn't have the best map, but they were very much in it.
Yeah, that is one of those maps where, I mean, there's, I think, some pressure on Clay to have some output. Like when we talk about one of the better teams here in like a New York.
Yeah, him and Fella have struggled in some of the bigger matchups.
You have like a Civ and a Skies, or from a talent perspective, there's insane MCW players. Like it makes your life easier for you here. If you're gonna have a tough map for Fellow and Clay, yeah, it's gonna be tough. It is.
And this is a team in Carolina where, you know, when we used to watch them earlier, it was they'd have a rival or two. They've kind of opted to switch off that because other teams like New York, they'll just run 4 MCWs. Beast is just like, I'm just gonna run my rival. It worked out.
Yeah, and listen,
there. Challenge that last one. When you just run away from that.
That's true. Just run away and isolate Simp, make it easy, then wrap back.
On the point.
Yeah. It comes down to this 1v1, and yeah, you're playing it with confidence because you have a rival at play. So tough to do with the MCW, and yes, you're gonna maybe take some gunfights that you don't really have a great chance to win if you have a rival in hand, but God, you're gonna have some gimmies, that's for sure. When you can
you can get put in a blender.
Oh yeah, 1000%. But the nice thing, I think it's kind of a luxury of playing for FaZe. Your teammates around you are so talented that it makes it easier to get to your spots and be a real threat.
And this was kind of it, right? Where does he go with this? Right at Twin. So then they had a chance to get on that B point, but doesn't happen. We're going to look at the scuff play of the game, and of course is that round in the 2 versus 4 for the Tiny Terrors. And yeah, you're going to get this position, and look at this. Yeah, Fellow's on the outside, so Abisi just hits it. TJ's off spawn. I mean, maybe you could run away there if you are Gwyn. There is a chance, but you're hoping there's a trade on the point. Comes down to a 1 versus 1. Nabisi's going to have the advantage. He's got the weapon advantage. Fellow just takes a gamble, a guess. Guess is wrong.
Yeah, and if you had a little bit more time there, maybe a couple of things. Maybe you don't have to attack it as quickly as you did. Maybe you cover the timing. If you're Fellow, you have maybe more choices for repositioning at the end of that instead of having to be on the point because you kind of had to at that situation. And then you're just playing like I guess a 50-50, but almost like it's like a third. I mean, he could go top heli and chow. He could have gone underground side and chowed. He could have gone towards mid and chowed. I mean, you're just guessing.
Yeah, I mean, when you're Fellow and you're dropping like bottom scaffolding there, it's going to take some time, right? They only had so many seconds between the comms. It's just got to be usually in a 4-on-2 or a play like that in search. You're waiting on that player, and I just don't think Carolina could. He's just hoping, give me a second or two and I'll be in a great position to trade. But that didn't happen, so it feels like just comms a little off there for Carolina.
Yeah, it's tough because he still had a chance to win it. I mean,
yeah, no, for sure.
Had the opportunity to do it, but yeah, it's either they stay alive and he gets through and they win the round, or it's likely coming down to a clutch. But yeah, also just Beezy kind of hitting it there. I don't know if they were prepared for that. They clearly weren't as he sent it on through and they clutch up. So a painful loss there for Carolina. They look forward to our next map. We get headed now to Vista. Talk to me a little bit about this map and the two teams, Joe.
Well, I mean, Carolina hasn't played it. They have not played it, so
you don't have much data there for me.
And for FaZe, it started off, they were playing a lot more 6-star, but the last couple of matches, they've been throwing this into it, and they've been looking pretty solid on this map.
The more you've watched this particular map and play, the more you've been able to commentate. What stands out for you the most maybe about this map? Because I know it was like kind of hard points 3 and 4, but you were talking the other night, just like mid-map control can be nutty based on just a couple of headies.
Yeah, I think just from an overview standpoint, where the hills positions, you know, you think about hills 3 and 4, just because they're right there, you're controlling the same side of the map. You're going to have the jet spawns. You could really chain those together and have a crazy score, but teams have gotten pretty good at dealing with it. Really what stands out to me is P1 and P2 in top middle control, because there's just some tough gunfights where you have to take some long routes to deal with those players.
Yeah, it's like sometimes on maps, like, you know, looks like the transition to another hard point is not far. But yeah, there's an insane heady up top mid. It's like, okay, now it's a very far long route because you can't just cut up through mid and get to the point for free. And teams have definitely gotten better at that, that's for sure. But the first hard point was a wild one, back and forth. They'll phase clutch at the end of it on the Karachi. We'll see how this plays out. I mean, Ravens started out really, really strong. Outscore them like 45-0 in the first hard point. They slay with them throughout it. We'll see if they can get off to a start like that. Right now, Gwen certainly is. That's going to be a streak for him quickly as he's able to earn the cruise.
Yeah, 6 in a row, able to earn that cruise. Nice time, and now they have that mid-map control. You do have a bit of a split here, but it's a nice read from TJ on the sim, able to spot him. But that buys enough time where you can fight for top middle. This is going to be tough, and this is what I'm talking about. Once you get behind that, yeah, good luck with the gunfight. Draza able to take down Fellow. TJ off spawn trying to get there, but FaZe just walk up, win them all, and now they have hill control.
That's kind of an example of what you're talking about there. Is they take mid control and kind of dominate, but a great start from Gwen. We'll see if him and TJ can keep it going, because a lot of times, yeah, where they're a threat big time, so those subs get going, but all 4 are going to drop there and be back to spawn. Is the lead change about to come through now for Atlanta FaZe, and we're racing across the map to now get over towards third. Simp here. You lose Simp, you still have a Beezy just coming back in the map.
Yeah, it takes the outer route there. There's a risk to it, gets very close, but now you're waiting for him. The rest of the team going to be pushing towards that P4 through the bottom side staircase. Abizi does have Deddy, but it's almost so long has passed. It's like, maybe you're going to pick this up, but he times it well. His teammates find the kills in the back, or at least they should, and there we go. All 4 dead, and a break is through.
Yeah, you just didn't really have any other kills or info to know if he was missing, I think, at that point. Like, you got the kill on Simp. I guess you're hoping he was the only one that rotated early. Unfortunately, BC's been lurking that entire time. I don't think there were a bunch of fights to like realize we're missing one.
You have like TJ there again. It's just the route that he takes. But Carolina fight on back. You see, FaZe is spawning out with them. So pressure to the player on the hill. That is going to be a BZ, but the stuns over the top connect onto both of the players, and there are the headshots, and he stays alive.
Help comes through. He gets the 2 big ones to get him into the point, the 2 big ones to hold on to maybe the last 20 or so seconds. They've got the point for now, and they're just looking for kills here. So next hard point getting ready to pop. You got pretty good situation now if you're Royal Ravens. I thought the position was there for TJ, but Draw's able to snap and hit the shots. Okay, they find any more behind this. Rival in hand to Draza. Comms over to Simp. Picking them apart one by one, just trying to layer the map.
Well, and because the spot that they have, they're not getting the good spawns, Carolina. It's like you have Fellow all the way in the back there, but now they're layering up the map. Not a lot of time has been earned through the first 20 seconds, but they stayed patient, does Carolina. They're able to trade, use their numbers, now in control.
We'll see how much this time they can get.
These companies revolutionize the industry.
The mega brands that built America. New episodes Sunday at 9, only on the History Channel.
In here, you can expect to find endless entertainment and more comfort for everyone. But we still left room for all the unexpected things you'll find out here. the new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee lineup.
Jordana, easy on the gas.
I gotta wrap this commercial. I think I'm late on my payment.
It's okay. The General gives you a break.
Yeah, we let you pick your own due date.
Good to know, because this next scene might take a while.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
If you're someone that suffers from having sensitive teeth, but you want them whiter, I recommend Sensodyne Clinical White.
Wayfair's biggest sale of the year is finally here.
It's Way Day!
Right now, you can save up to 80% off at Wayfair.
Ooh, yes.
Plus, score free shipping on everything. And surprise flash deals.
Oh, wait, they love.
Way Day ends soon. Shop Wayfair's biggest sale now through May 6th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
30 or so remaining on it, down 40 here in the map 4. The collapse is coming through. The number is there for FaZe. Clay has got to kill everybody, and you just threw your hands up in the air, a little flustered there.
No, I mean, just had control, and then it's just gone. I mean, what did you do? The stunts hit, you don't have trophies up. The nades are on point, and they just fly up the map. Does Atlanta FaZe a chance, though, on this rotation towards this P5 to respond? It feels like you need it here. You're already down, with 60 points, right around there.
Yeah, you battle back with like 15 seconds left in that hard point, so yeah, it's a little bit of a swing, sure, but you're feeling confident, I guess, in your chances to break this one wide open, but TJ wants no part of it, doing a good job holding the front of this, not allowing them to get in position. Clay still dancing dive, but that's gonna stick to his toe, unfortunately kill a teammate as well as it explodes.
And this is what you want if you want Carolina. Control P1. Is this P1 area, this is how you get an angle to that player on bridge, right? Where Fellow is getting this time. Now he's got to be careful. His teammates are down.
Yeah, so I mean, you get that scrap time, sure, if you're FaZe, but it's going to be kind of the same blender now. You get in now with the final 15 seconds on this point. Thankfully, you were up like 50 to 60, so you're still at an advantage in this game, but you've kind of had to battle through and break over and over again for a bit here.
Yeah, skirmishes all over the map, so spawns are a bit weird. Maybe not going to read TJ behind you. I think Draza's going to spot him, but Sip was still weak from the prior gunfight. Does not matter, though, because you have a BZ and Draza controlling P1 on the time.
At least to make sure, I mean, it's not going to be a streak coming through. I think Sip was on like 4 in a row maybe at the moment, but FaZe are looking to close out the series. They've taken both respawns so far, looking to take all 3. Let's head to a listen in now with Atlanta FaZe as a BZ is on 5 in a row.
Give me the streak. What's our turn? What's on me? I'll meet him. Went bar heady, one shot, bar heady. Absolutely going God heady. Absolutely going God heady. Someone play new, someone play new. We put our shoulders for mid. Here, I got it. I'm hitting open. Close our middle, shut up. Take it. The whole time, take it. Only one possible new. The whole time, one open steps, Tyler. Open, He's open on me, it's on me. He's open, one shot. Nice. Another one on me, I'm dead, I need help. On to him. I think he's burger or something. I got baited. No, I've seen it. Nice, open. I'm down, open, got me. Little Clay. Wait, he's open, I think he's open stairs, open hair. Nice, Mr. Fellow. Low, Gwen, I'm getting your mid. Gwen, weak, I hit him twice. Weak. Nice. Out of push-up. Watch out there, mid. I can clear your side. He's middle, nice. Fellow mid. Nice, push it out, Zach. Right here. I need a top burger. I have a top burger. I'm going to get P1. Here. This is a huge 25. P1, got heading. Looks good. P. One more. Looks good. Mid, win to P1. P lobby. Win. I'm feeling close. I'm middle. Middle, going down. Nice. Burger. Burger in the middle. They're double We're stunning P. Hold on. Nice. Yo, I'm a streaker. Do you want me to streaker? Do you want to? No, not yet. You should go hard with it if you want. I'm going low hard fast. I'm up here.
Gotta listen in and back at it. 60 seconds now between them.
Yeah, nice times there for Atlanta FaZe, but I'll tell you one thing that stands out to me. Oh, man, pros are so good with stuns and nades, right? Just every POV, they do not waste them one bit. FaZe were struggling, but able to stay alive on the hill time and time again. Now we heard at the end of the listen, do you want me to use the streak? Not yet. Gold bottom art, then call it in, able to connect on one, have a presence on the hill. But Carolina with a close spawn to quickly reinforce, and a BZ hitting this again.
Is he gonna make the play again this time? They hear it, they spot him, they pick it up, and they drop him, but the rest of the team now going to get here. They got to turn their heads for a second to pick that up. Nobody being the point for now. Cellium trying to transition across, kind of loses him, I think, with an nade hitting in the smoke there. Ends up falling. Nice wave of kills now for Carolina as they continue to battle and stay in this hard point.
Yeah, FaZe are just making this so chaotic, though, right? Just making sure they don't go 3 or 4 dead, and now they're going to have a 2-man advantage. They're going to push this. D4 is about to pop. Nice first gunfight from Clay to at least even out the numbers. You know, the position, this is just like last time, just not allowing a clean setup here for the Ravens.
No, and it went all right these next 2 hard points for Ravens. Like, you usually had to break if you were FaZe, but yes, it wasn't clean time. That's kind of what you need, because if FaZe are able to bust through and get 15 to 20 points in each hard point, they're very close to winning the map.
Yeah, you just have to get some mid-map control. That's what you would love. You can see just how difficult it is. You keep taking these routes, does FaZe, and they got to worry about you. It's just 1 player, but 2 players looking at you. The other 3 from FaZe pushing towards the front, just contesting. Once a BZ goes down, the rest of the Ravens can focus on that.
Back now within 30. FaZe last time sent it for these final 15. Did not have to rotate. Same story here. So number 3 and TJ, he's going to get set up early towards Nexus. Almost you get less time this time. You get about 10 seconds, but you get up the map a bit more and you're able to win a big fight on TJ. So you've got more presence at the next hard point here for your Atlanta this time.
Yeah, it's not as clean for Carolina. They had like 3, 4 dead. Then got to that setup. You had a couple players P1, but Cellium somehow able to take down 3 on rotation. Hill is up. Nobody's able to get time, and TJ snaps onto Simp. At least buy some time, but after Simp goes down, a BZ follows it up with a 2-piece.
Yeah, they just have enough of a presence to fight on the point, or at least make every second so difficult for Carolina.
This is chaos.
40 needed for the win. Yeah, it's been a lot of chaotic points, and well, in the chaos is the BC that's flowing. Multi-kill after multi-kill, nearly at 30 for both the Tiny Tears. They sit on 29. Wins on his 30. Cellium just trying to stay up, accrue as much of this time as he can. As they get closer and closer to victory, you can't win it here. We got another rotation coming, but you can get darn close.
Yeah, and the tough part here is the last 15 seconds, you've given this up to rotate. But then Clay decides to hit the scrap, and they're going to lose all the presence P1. So, yeah, it looked like they were setting up for P1. And then I don't know. Yeah, then they weren't. They lose the gunfights afterwards, and that might just be it.
Yeah, might end up costing them. We'll see. Right back into the point go FaZe. Still numbers there around the point. 5 needed for victory. TJ trying to make it as messy as he can. Cell now stunned up, getting dropped. Enough of plays being made now for Royal Ravens to extend this for now, but still 35 seconds remaining on the point. Just 1 more break needed for this Atlanta FaZe squad, but now with 2 down, this might be the chance to attack. Here they go. Break it on in. Abizi in the time. Final tick through. Atlanta FaZe win all 3 respawns. They continue to ice up in the hard points. I'm sure if you're Royal Ravens, you're thinking, every map felt winnable. Outside of maybe like the high rise, but both hard points, they had a shot.
Yeah, they had a chance. I mean, this one, it felt like FaZe kept that lead. It's just the slang.
Not as close as the one.
When we look at the scoreboard, you're just going to see some difference in the numbers. Where, I mean, those 2 pieces that are coming on through, Simp, Abizi, they're going to take over, and they do just that. 33 from Abizi, 34 from Simp. Fighting for top middle control. We heard in the listen, them getting fired up. Win. He gets close, 32, able to match that, but Clay, didn't have a great control, not a gate map 4.
He started solid to map 1, which you know how streaky can be at times. Like, I thought, all right, Clay's coming out firing this series. Has a great map 1, and then yeah, he's double negative basically the maps 3 and 4. You saw how frustrated he looked. I'm sure he's feeling like he's responsible a good bit for that one, but FaZe, they continue to flow. They're up to 6-0 now, looking 1 away from the perfect record here in Major 3 qualifier, and still not much of a weakness.
Yeah, I mean, you saw like the second P1 through P3 on that game flow. It was like 18 points for Carolina. That's where FaZe ran away with it. Vista looking strong. Karachi was close, a slow start for them.
question. Like, that is just straight up evil. No, like, that's not okay. But I think what might be okay, Miles, is the mental game from Optic Texas in this series. I know Kenny a little bit struggling in yesterday's series. Again, not in the output necessarily in the gameplay, but just for having good vibes. I know the team has certainly talked things over. Want to bring back and have the good mental going into the series today. So I'm thinking, Kenny, good vibes on May the 4th. Like, he might come out and just dominate, and you get a 6-star hard point as well, where Optic Texas currently perfect 3-0 on the map.
I've been saying this for a long time though, but Kylo Ren is absolutely my favorite Disney princess. Shotzi, first blood into 6-star we saw. But we've been seeing a trend here, Chancellor, like kills not really being the biggest deal, especially in the first bloods, but we're looking at lovely opening hardpoint time from, you know, at least one side. Really, really one-sided. We'll see if it's going to be LAG right now, because your boy Flames still at it.
He's doing extremely well so far, of course, though. No trophies out and about just yet, so a Semtex landing at his feet gonna be the match. And you are just getting peppered with every single stun and nade right now in the game. So it's difficult for Estriel to see it live. You could see more nades just landing at his feet. So I know Shotzi touched it on yesterday's interview. They just want to make sure their nades are on point, especially so for S&D, but bring them to the respawn and keep things close as you rotate over towards P2. Optic Texas currently surrounding the time, but LAG grouped up together, gonna stack the front.
Yeah, not a lot of time game from either team, but relatively even. B2's up. Optic, win it. Actually, right there in the feed, keeping things going. Big Bruce on the break, in we go. Optic, that is your lounge.
I mean, that is as easy as it gets to. And now Pred gets to captivate and go get a little bit of space. He's just going to time it out for the pinch, wait for some noise. How many players can he shoot in the back? Has eyes on 3. So much damage and might only get the 1, but dishes it out to his team. That is effectively a wipe. And LAG might just have to chalk up the full 60 and rotate towards New, because Pred continuing to put on pressure.
Ooh, Kenny helps out on the second. Nice work. Over towards the third hard point we go. Final 15. LAG have got themselves in a position. Kenny looking to cut off. Can't get Estriel. Perfect work there with the rival 9. Dashy up the back against Flames. Bad timing from Flames. The concussion's going to slow him down. The nade doesn't connect. So the line is now safe for the moment. LAG into the time we now go. Hard points up. Pred on the approach. Nice trades from Estriel. Gets it himself.
Yeah, once again, great tax too. I think Optic right now on point with their usage of the throwables. And Shotzi, great timing to work your way in and coordinated with the team. One opening in that setup, and they captured it immediately. LAG for the moment on 6-star, just getting broken down.
Broken down, indeed. Well, it's a 2-2 split. Through the back, through the front. Kenny and Pred on the other side of the bar. Finds one. No more in the tank. Good break, LAG. Dashy, last man here. Can he finish Diamond Con off? He can, but the trades are there. Breaks on breaks. LAG in control now.
Yeah, Kenny wants to force the issue. Actually, he's doing this with Shotzi and Pred. No one on Optic rotating for the moment. They want to fight for these final 14, or at least keep LAG off the time. Not really going to be successful, and maybe with the closer spawns, they can rotate.
Today's story is a spooky mystery out of China. Now, it's a little bit complicated. However, if you stick it out till the end and you hear about what authorities find up on that mountain, you will have a wild internet rabbit hole to go explore. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please move into the apartment directly above the Like Button's apartment, and then make it a habit to sprint on your treadmill every morning at 3 a.m. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. At 5 a.m. on September 30th, 2008, a 61-year-old man named Xian Tiexiong finished getting dressed inside of the bedroom that he shared with his wife in the city of Beijing, China. After he finished getting dressed, Xian reached down and scooped up his backpack off the floor that was already packed, and then as quietly as he could, he kind of tiptoed around the bed to his wife's side to give her a kiss goodbye. Xian was going to be heading out to a local mountain that day for a day hike. And so Xian, he gets next to his wife and he bends down to kiss her, and right as he does that, he accidentally wakes her up. And so his wife opens her eyes and she looks up at him, and Xian just says, I love you. He gives her a kiss and he tells her, hey, I'll be back tonight before midnight. And so his wife, she kind of groggily said okay, and she grabbed his hand and squeezed it, and she told him that she loved him, and then she fell back asleep, and moments later, Xian had left the bedroom and walked out the front door. Xian's home was only a couple of blocks away from the train station, and since he needed to ride a train and then also a bus to get to this local mountain that was about an hour-and-a-half journey away, the train station was his first stop. And so Xian, as he walked towards the station, he was all smiles. He was really excited about this day. So Xian was retired, but he had spent his whole life teaching geography at Beijing No. 5 Middle School. And he was a very passionate teacher, but the thing he was most passionate about, that he routinely really pushed on his students, in some ways more than geography, was his love of nature. In fact, Xian loved nature so much that when he was not teaching, he basically spent all of his off time out in nature going for hikes. That was his thing. And today, Xian was especially excited about his hike because he was hiking one of his favorite trails. It was located on Mount Miaofeng, which is a mountain located 30 miles to the northwest of where Xian lived. And this mountain was quite famous because of all the sacred and ancient temples that kind of dotted the mountain all over the place. And then also there were all these beautiful roses, like the flower, that would bloom all over the mountain in the summer. And so it's just this totally strikingly beautiful place. And normally Xian would actually hike up this trail and then actually camp out on Mount Miaofeng, mostly because on the summit there was this incredible view of downtown Beijing. And at night, the view is like spectacular with the city all lit up. But on this particular day, Xian knew an overnight stay was not possible because he had to be back home by the next day because it was his mother's 90th birthday. And he was very close with his mother, and he was not going to miss that. And so Xian eventually made it to the train station. He bought his ticket, he boarded his train, and then he sat down in a seat. And as soon as he did, he opened up his bag and pulled out a stack of papers. For this hike, Xian had packed himself some food and water inside of his backpack. He also packed a newspaper called the Beijing Youth Daily, and he brought along his diary. But his diary was a little bit unique. Xian, because he loved nature so much and didn't like the idea of wasting anything, what he would do when he was a teacher at Beijing No. 5 Middle School, he would just take scrap paper and start writing on that. And he would compile all his scrap paper into these sort of diaries that he would keep. And so the reason he did that was primarily because he was so in love with nature, he hated the idea of wasting anything. And so Xian passed the time on the train by writing in his diary, aka his stack of scrap paper, and also reading this newspaper. And Xian knew he really needed to read the entire newspaper pretty quickly because by the time he got to the mountain, he was going to do what he always did, which is he would bring a newspaper with him on a hike, and as he walked, he would take out a page periodically and tie it to a tree, kind of marking his way. That way, when he turned around and came back down, he would have his path marked, because Xian did not always walk on a clearly marked trail, and so this was his way of not getting lost. And so Xian would ride the train car, and then he would get off and he would board a bus, and then finally, right around 7 a.m., that bus would come to a stop in the tiny village of Changfang, which is located right at the base of Mount Miaofeng. And so Xian grabbed his backpack, he hopped off the bus, and then began walking through the village towards the mountain. And then by about 7:20 a.m., so not long after Xian had left the bus, he was almost up to Mount Miaofeng when he pulled out his cell phone and he called his cousin. It was a brief conversation, and all Xian really wanted to do was just to make sure his cousin was going to be around the next day for Xian's mother's birthday. And the cousin said he would, and so Xian told him, okay, I'm going hiking today, and I will see you tomorrow. And then he hung up. And then, only a couple minutes later, Xian disappeared into the beautiful forests of Mount Miaofeng. A few years ago, I started noticing that I was getting a whole bunch of solicitation phone calls and emails. Now, at first, it was just some random company trying to sell me some product, but pretty quickly, it took a turn and became just a succession of spammers and scammers trying to get me to wire them money, or send them a gift card, or click on suspicious links. Now, honestly, this was more of a nuisance than a real concern, because I didn't read any of these emails, I just kind of ignored them, but it made me wonder, how do they have my information? So, as an experiment, I just Googled myself, and I can tell you I was genuinely shocked by how much of my personal information was just out there for anyone to access. And keep in mind, this happened pre-Mr. Ballin. This is like I have no social media, I don't post anything to the internet, yet somehow my data was widely available on the internet. I wound up hiring a service that basically scrubbed the internet and removed all of that private information, and as soon as they were done, these spammy phone calls and emails stopped, and most importantly, I had peace of mind again that my identity was secure. So if this could happen to me, it definitely could happen to you if it hasn't already. And so this is why today's video sponsor is Aura. Aura is the one-stop shop for securing your identity. Aura can identify all those data brokers who are selling your information without your consent, and what they can do is they can put in an opt-out request on your behalf and take down your personal information off of those shady websites. Aura offers many other features as well that will also help protect you and your family's privacy. They have a VPN, they have identity and credit monitoring, they have antivirus, password management, they have identity theft insurance, they have parental controls, and much, much more, all on a single app. Aura is very easy to set up, and you get everything at one affordable price. I value my privacy, and I value yours too. So right now, go to aura.com/MrBallin to start your 2-week free trial now. The link is also down in the description below. Again, that's aura.com/MrBallin to start your 2-week free trial today.
The most iconic name at Busch Gardens Williamsburg is about to resurface. The legend of Loch Ness Monster lives on at the world's most beautiful theme park. Save up to 50% on tickets, fun cards, and memberships.
So Jian's wife did not expect to hear from Jian at any point that day because she knew he would have terrible cell phone service up on the mountain. But she did expect her husband to be home on time. He had told her that morning before he left that he would be home that night before midnight. And if you knew Jian, you knew this guy was never late. He said, I'm going to be someplace at a certain time, he would be there. So when 10 p.m. rolled around that night and still Jian was not back yet and he had not called, Jian's wife was actually not worried because she was thinking, okay, well, it's 10, he'll be home in the next couple of hours because he said he'd be here by midnight tonight and he will be here tonight. And so she went to bed expecting to wake up and see Jian in bed with her in the morning. But the next morning when she woke up, Jian was not in bed, so he did not come home, and so his wife immediately was very concerned and began calling Jian's family, and nobody knew where he was. And so that day, the family went to the police, and they reported Jian missing. The local police immediately organized a search for Jian. However, they knew this was going to be a very challenging search. Mount Miafeng is not some enormous mountain by any means. It's a decent-sized mountain, but it's really known for having these paths that twist and turn all over the place, so it's pretty easy to get lost. And then also there's a whole bunch of sheer cliff faces kind of all over the place, so if you're not paying attention, you could literally just walk off a ledge. So in short, this is a dangerous and confusing place. And at the same time that this search was happening out on the mountain, the police were also in contact with Jian's cell phone service provider to see if they could track down Jian's cell phone, because obviously if they could find that, they might find Jian too. But the only way a cell phone can be tracked is if the cell phone is on, because when it's on, it connects to the nearest cell phone tower, and that's how these service providers are able to tell where these phones are. They look to see which tower it's connected to. But when Jian's cell phone service provider looked for his phone, they quickly determined his phone was off. So unless the phone came back on again, they would not be able to locate the phone. However, they were able to pull all of Jian's cell phone signal history up until his phone was turned off. And what they found in the signal history is the day before, so the day Jian went missing, his cell phone was on at 4 p.m. that evening, and he received a phone call at 4 p.m. And the service provider was able to see that when this phone call came in, Jian's cell phone was not where they thought it would be. It was not high up Mount Miaofeng. It actually was near the base of the mountain. And when police reached out to the person who had called Jian at 4 p.m., they discovered it was just a friend of Jian's, and this friend said that Jian said he was coming down the mountain now and he'd be home soon. So this new information did basically line up with what Jian had told his family he'd be doing that day, just a quick day hike, although again, they kind of expected it to be a little bit longer. It seemed a little odd he'd be down the mountain by 4 p.m., but still, this basically lined up with what they thought he was doing. However, this new information did not help explain what happened to Jian. Like, why was he missing? The expectation was he must have gotten lost or hurt or something up on this mountain. Maybe he's stranded somewhere and can't go anywhere. But now, based on this phone call, it sounded an awful lot like Jian was not even on the mountain when he disappeared. So where was he? Police had already checked all the bus stations and train stations in the area, to see if maybe Jian took a different way home or something. But when they went to all these different stations, there was no evidence that Jian had been to any of them. And there was another problem. Members of Jian's family told the police about Jian's habit of tying newspapers to trees to mark his trail as he hiked. And the family told the police that Jian did this every single time he hiked. And his wife told the police that for sure she knew her husband had brought along a copy of that newspaper. So by all expectations, there should be markers up on that mountain, literally leading searchers to wherever Jian went. But after an entire day of searching Mount Miaofeng, they didn't find a single newspaper anywhere.
Mark Robinson has shown he has no respect for our culture or our history. He said we love to kill each other and embrace deviant hypersexual behavior. He's even said that we as black people owe for slavery. Mark Robinson doesn't speak for me, and he won't fight for us.
You won't find confidence on any list of SUV features, but one brand has it in spades, backed with a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited warranty. Get 4.25% APR for up to 48 months on select new 2024 Sportage models.
For the next several days, this big search for Jian continued, but nothing was found. That is, until October 7th, so 1 week after Jian had vanished. On that day, Jian's cell phone service provider noticed that Jian's cell phone had suddenly turned back on. And the phone was not on or near Mount Miaofeng. Instead, it was located 36 miles away from the mountain at a train station called Beijing West Railway Station. Now, the cell phone was only on for a couple of seconds, but it was on long enough for the provider to confirm that it really was in that location. And so the police immediately dispatched a team to go to Beijing West Railway Station and see if they could find Jian. But when they got there, Jian was not there, his phone was not there. They looked at all the security footage, there was no sign of Jian. They searched the surrounding areas. Nothing. And on this day, at basically the same time that police are at this railway station trying to make sense of, what's going on with the cell phone, a villager from Chanfang Village, which is that little village that sits at the base of Mount Miaofeng, came forward with a very strange story. He said on the day that Jian disappeared, this villager was at his little shop. He sold walnuts to hikers that were making their way towards Mount Miaofeng. It was basically like snacks for the hike. And he sees this guy walking up through the village towards the mountain, and he looked exactly like Jian, because now Jian's face was on the news and this villager had seen it, and so he felt like he had seen Jian. And so this villager said, this guy who looked exactly like Jian, he walked up and actually stopped at this villager's shop to buy some walnuts. And this villager and this man who looked like Jian, they just chatted for a few minutes. And at some point, this guy who looked like Jian, asked the villager, hey, these are great, but where else can I buy walnuts? I want to buy other types of walnuts and bring them back to my family. And so this villager was like, oh yeah, well, the best walnuts in all of Beijing are actually located about 30 miles away at the base of another mountain. It's called Tietua Mountain, and there are vendors over there who sell the best walnuts. So that's your answer right over there. And then after the villager said this, This guy who looked just like Jian, it's like everything changed for him. It's like his expression changed, his tone changed. It's like he's been given this information that's changed his life, about these walnuts. And he says to the villager, okay, I'm gonna go there right now. And without saying anything else, this man just turned and began quickly walking away from the walnuts, back through town, back towards the bus stop. So away from Mount Miaofeng. In theory, this guy is going to the bus to what? Commute 30 miles to this other mountain, Tietua Mountain, to get these walnuts? I mean, the villager does not know this guy, but even he felt like this is bizarre. This guy comes up, he's buying snacks to go hike Mount Miaofeng. He seems really excited about it. And I offhandedly mention these walnuts, and he's like, boom, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go 30 miles to this other mountain to get these walnuts. It just seemed weird. And then when police spoke to Jian's family about this new information, they would learn that Jian did not have a special interest in walnuts, and neither did his family. And even if there was a reason why Jian just really wanted these walnuts, he would not have had time in that day to take the bus 30 miles to Tietua Mountain, get these walnuts, go 30 miles back, and hike up Mount Miaofeng, because he can't stay the night. He needs to come back tonight in order to go to his mother's birthday party the next day. So it just made no sense. But this walnut thing was basically the only lead police really had, because everything else was a dead end. And so they decided to shift their search area from Mount Miaofeng to Tietua Mountain. And pretty much right away, they saw something that gave them hope that Jian could be here. They found pages from the Beijing Youth Daily newspaper tied to trees on the mountain. And when they looked more closely at the newspapers, they found the publication date of this newspaper lined up with the copy that Jian would have had with him on the day he vanished. And so, of course, the searchers just began following this trail of newspapers, hoping Jian would be at the other end. For 2 days, searchers very diligently followed this trail up the mountain. It kind of wound around, and they went pretty slowly because as they're moving, they're constantly checking everything around. They don't want to miss any clues. But finally, after 2 days of following this trail, they eventually found something. The newspapers led them to a campsite. Now, the campsite was abandoned, but there was a bed of hay, there was some used water bottles, and some toilet paper. And so just from the looks of it, this campsite looked relatively active, like somebody had been staying here recently for at least a day or two. And so it seemed pretty likely, based on everything else, that this was Jian's campsite. And pretty quickly, after searching the campsite, they found something that virtually guaranteed that this was his campsite. Authorities found this plastic bag that was sitting next to the bed, and inside of the bag was a piece of scrap paper from Beijing No. 5 Middle School. And on this scrap paper was a note. And the note said Jian had indeed hiked up Tietua Mountain on September 30th. This would have been the day that he left, so the day he disappeared. And then on his way down, he said he got lost and was forced to spend the night out here. And so that explained the campsite. And then on October 1st, so that would have been the day after he spent the night out here, he said he was going to attempt to follow the ridge line down the mountain to a nearby village to safety. And this note ended with the phrase, "Leaving this note here just in case. Love to everyone who passes by." Now, at first glance, this note was like amazing news, because suddenly it seemed totally possible that Jian was just fine. I mean, the way the note was written, it sounded like he was at least healthy and safe, albeit I'm sure he was not happy to be stuck up on a mountain, but, he loved being in nature, and so he seemed okay. And then he had a reasonable plan for how he was going to get out of there, follow the ridgeline, go down to a village, go to safety. But as the police analyzed this note, they noticed that some things were off about it. First of all, this note basically directly contradicts other facts of this case. Remember, cell phone records prove Jian got a phone call at 4 p.m. on the day he went missing from his friend, and his friend would report that Jian told him that he was coming down Mount Miaofeng and he'd be home soon. But according to the note they found, that was not possible, because the note said Jian at 4 p.m. on September 30th, the day he went missing, he would have been on Tietua Mountain, either hiking up or being in the process of getting lost and, ultimately making that campsite where he camped out for at least one night. And so in addition to this factual discrepancy with this note, another issue with the note was just the way it was written. Now, Jian's wife had a chance to look at the note, and she would say, "That is my husband's handwriting." But the note contained a bunch of very strange language choices that just didn't make sense for Jian to be using. For example, this note, which really should have been a first-person point of view, Jian has gotten lost, he's by himself, he's writing to the world, kind of letting somebody know what's going on with him, and so it really should have been written in the first person. My name is Jian, I am lost, here's what I'm doing. But the note was written in the third person. Jian got lost on the mountain, and so he is going to camp out for the night, and tomorrow he's going to make his way out to safety. But despite being written in the third person, it did sound like somebody was talking about themselves. It did not feel like somebody else was attempting to document what Jian was doing. But by far, the weirdest part of this note was the tone shift that happened about halfway through. So the first half of this letter was written, albeit in the third person, but it was grammatically correct and sort of formal, like you would expect from a very well-educated retired teacher. But once you get to that second half of the note, the grammar started being really awkward, and then the very final line, which says, "Love to everyone who passes by," that actually sounds totally awkward in Chinese. So "love to everyone who passes by" is the translation into English, and that basically makes sense to us, like that's not an awkward phrase. But if you put it back in Chinese, it's so awkward. It would be like if I tried to say to you, "I take the bus to work," but instead I said, "To work, take bus." Right? Like I wouldn't say it that way, and it would immediately seem very awkward for anybody who knows me if I wrote or said something like that. And so this last line stood out so much that actually police and friends and family of Jian assumed he must have left that in there as like a secret message or a code, like a distress signal, especially when you consider the other weird factors around this note. But nobody could figure out what it meant. The day after this note was discovered, a searcher was up in the vicinity of Jian's campsite on Tietua Mountain, and they were walking around, kind of retracing their footsteps, looking for new places to search, when they turned a corner, and up ahead they noticed there was this tree kind of hanging out over this rocky cliff, and dangling from the tree was something gray that looked sort of out of place. And so the searcher, sensing this could be a clue of Jian's whereabouts, he yelled out for other searchers in the area that he had found something, and then he took off running towards this thing to see what it was. And when he got up to the tree, he looked up and he saw it was a pair of sweatpants that had clearly been intentionally tied to this branch in the tree. And so the searcher, he reached up and grabbed one of the pant legs and kind of tugged on it. And when he did, all these white things began falling out of the pants and landing on the ground. And when the searcher stopped and looked down to see what they were, he couldn't believe it. It was a whole pile of human bones. However, they were not Jian's. In fact, nobody ever figured out who these bones belonged to or why they were stuffed inside of pants and tied to a tree on this mountain. But the discovery of these bones would open up a whole new mystery, because after these bones were found, all the searchers came over and basically just began combing the area near these bones, and the police began uncovering body after body after body. They found 2 more sets of human bones stuffed into pants and tied to trees, and they found the other bodies at the foot of a cliff, and also inside of this well, and inside of this cave. And so in total, authorities found 10 sets of human remains in the vicinity near Jian's campsite, but none of the human remains belonged to Jian. Officials were only able to identify a few of the bodies, and they were not able to figure out how they died or whether or not foul play was involved. But the discovery of those bodies did mean one thing for Jian's case. It meant, all these people had previously gone up Tietua Mountain before Jian went up and vanished, and when these other people went up the mountain, clearly something horrible happened to them, and we don't know what it is. Is there a killer on the loose? Is there some animal or creature out there that's taken people out? I mean, we don't know. But what started to happen since Jian went missing and his story was all over the news in China is that all these other hikers who've been on Tietua Mountain before have begun sharing their experiences when they hiked up Tietua Mountain, and some of their stories about what they've seen on that mountain are horrifying. One person said they were walking up the mountain, they had their partner with them who was a little bit farther back the trail, and so they're kind of walking up on their own, and the first person, as they're walking up the trail, suddenly sees this guy just kind of come out of nowhere wielding an axe, and he walks up to this person, and all he says is, "Are you alone?" And And the hiker's like, no, my partner's back there. They're coming up here. What's going on? But the Axeman, he basically acted like he didn't even hear their answer. And he just asked it again. Are you alone? And the hiker was like, no, my partner's back there. And the Axeman again just said, are you alone? Are you alone? Are you alone? And this axe person kept doing that until the hiker and their partner just turned and ran. And then another hiker shared a story about how they were walking up a trail on Tiatua Mountain, and at some point they lifted their head up, and he saw a little ways up the trail, kind of off the trail, so in the tree line, were all these people, like this group of strangers, just standing there motionless, kind of half behind trees, like they were kind of trying to hide themselves, but also not. And they were just staring at this hiker, unmoving, not speaking, just staring. And so the hiker, they look up and they see this, and they were so unnerved so quickly that they just turned and left, and they have no idea who those people were. And so obviously we have no way of verifying these other hikers' stories about what they saw on Tiatua Mountain. But when you combine their testimony with Jian's story, it really makes you wonder, what's going on up there? The official search for Jian was called off at the end of October, so roughly 1 month after he vanished. But unofficially, the search for Jian continues to this day. However, they still have not found his body, and basically no real progress has been made. Before you go, I just wanted to point out that we sell merch, official Mr. Ballin merch, year-round at shopmrballin.com. We do the limited drop model for holidays and special events, and we'll create like special things that come out on those drops. But in between those drops, I just want you all to know that we always have the Ballin Basics line available at shopmrballin.com. And that includes things like t-shirts, crew necks, hoodies, there's even a beanie and phone cases and more. So go check it out, shopmrballin.com. We have merch year round. And actually, one design that just came out that's on sale right now, and it's I think one of my very favorite pieces of merch, is this shirt right here. It's a graphic t-shirt based on the Headless Valley, one of the best episodes I think that we put out on YouTube. The back is like a movie poster for the Headless Valley episode. And so this is a great shirt. I wear it all the time when I'm not wearing flannel, of course. And again, it's on sale right now at shopmrballin.com. All you have to do is use the code HEADLESS20 at checkout and you get 20% off this bad boy right here. But you gotta hurry because that code is only good until 11:59 p.m. on May 7th. After that, the discount's gone. The shirt's still there, but the discount is not. So again, merch year-round with our Ballin Basics line at shopmrballin.com. And right now, you can buy this Headless Valley Story Tee for 20% off by using the Headless20 code at checkout. So go to shopmrballin.com and get your Mr. Ballin merch. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story, be sure you check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have literally hundreds more stories right now that sound an awful lot like this one, but many of them are only on the podcast. They are not available on YouTube. So again, that podcast is just called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and you can listen to it on any podcast platform. Thank you so much. Until next time. See ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here.
Remember space and legroom? That's more like it. The 3-row Lexus TX.
Get every game every Sunday with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV. Select and watch up to 4 live games on one screen, stream across your devices, and replay game highlights. Get YouTube's biggest offer of the year right now to save up to $215.
Today's story is about a guy named John who just wanted to go surfing, and he would get a chance to do that. However, when he was finally out on the water, something super rare and super horrible happened to him that actually kicked off a series of more rare and terrible things that all happened to John. I mean, this whole story is so outrageous that it just sounds totally made up. But I can promise you, it's not. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to make the like button a friendship bracelet using those little beads with letters on them, but make sure you spell on their bracelet, "Nobody likes you," before you hand it over. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On an April morning in 1993, a surfer named John Doyle was sitting on a surfboard out in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of West Africa, just scanning the water waiting for a wave. John was totally alone out here. There were no other surfers, nothing, and the only sign of human civilization anywhere was John's Land Rover, which was parked up on the sand on the beach. John was an American. He was from Colorado, and so his experience had always been, lots of snow and mountains and trees, because that's Colorado. But now here, off the coast of Africa, it was like a totally different planet. And in fact, today, John was really feeling that because the sun was so hot that day. It was over 95 degrees Fahrenheit, and he could actually feel his back starting to burn as he sat there, waiting for the next wave. And so he told himself, actually, that he would just catch one more wave and then call it a day to avoid a sunburn. But as John continued to kind of scan out across the water waiting for this wave, he noticed about 20 meters away was a shark fin swimming in a circle, like stereotypical terrifying shark behavior. And so John is horrified and he wants to get out of the water immediately, but he's far enough away from shore that if he jumped into the water to swim to shore, he's going to be in the water with the shark thrashing around. He's just going to attract the shark over to him. And so John decides his only hope here to escape the shark is actually just to surf in. That way he'll stay out of the water, it's much faster, he'll get to shore, if the shark can't follow him there, it'll be fine. And so, trying to stay calm, John continued to keep his eye on the shark that was still 20 meters away, and he also really looked closely for any swell coming towards him that might be big enough to allow him to surf to shore. And thankfully, after only a couple of minutes, John did see a swell coming towards him that seemed like it would be perfect for a final wave. And so at this point, John is facing out to sea, towards the swell, towards the shark that's still 20 meters away, and he turns himself around, so he's facing towards shore, and then he lays down on his stomach and he begins to paddle towards shore. And as he's doing this, he's checking the swell to see when it's going to come up, when he can stand up, and eventually the swell is right underneath him, and as he's about to stand up on his board and actually surf into shore, he looks into the water that has not quite formed into a wave yet, and he sees the shark. It's literally underneath him. And so John has this sudden surge of adrenaline, and he just jumps up onto his board. He stands up, and for a second, he's stable, he's surfing, and he's riding this wave away from the shark. He's doing exactly what he hoped he could do. He can't believe it. And then, because he was panicked, because he was rushing, because it was a new board, who knows why, the nose of his board suddenly dipped just long enough to throw John off his board and into the water with the shark. And so immediately, as this wave is churning John over, he grabs onto his surfboard and just kind of holds on, and he's waiting for a moment when the wave stops so he can get out of the water, back on his board, and away from the shark. But before the wave even stopped tumbling him over, John suddenly felt the searing pain in his calf. And so John, who's underwater, still clutching his board, he opens his eyes underwater, then he looks down, and through the cloudy water, he can see very clearly it is the shark, and it's a great white shark that is latched on to his leg. And so now, in a total panic, John began punching the nose of the shark, and when he did, the shark actually recoiled and released his leg long enough that John could pull it out. He actually managed to get up onto his board again, and just a second later, almost out of instinct, he was back standing on his board, just surfing along with a leg that was now bleeding profusely into the water. And for a second, John was stable and appeared to be kind of moving towards shore again, but then the shark, it doubled around and swam at John from the side and literally smashed into him, knocking him off the board back into the water. But this time, John managed, when he fell this second time, to actually grab on to the board with both hands. So he has two hands on the board, he's getting tumbled in the water again, but he knows the shark is going to come for him. And so at the last second, he pulled the board close to his body and kind of turned himself like it was a shield. And the shark came flying towards him and bit him. But because he used that surfboard as a shield, the shark just bit the surfboard, ripped off half of it and swam off with it and began mauling this half of the surfboard. And John, with the other half of the surfboard, he somehow managed to stand up on it. Again, his leg is bleeding everywhere, and he rode this damaged half surfboard into shore successfully away from the shark. And so when John pulled himself up onto the sand, out of the water, he looked back and he saw the shark swimming off. And even though he's in excruciating pain from this attack, he was so relieved. He couldn't believe he actually just survived that. But John did not have time to think about, what good fortune this was in a way, because he was an hour away from the nearest civilization. And between where he was now and that town, there was nothing. There weren't homes, there weren't buildings, there weren't offices, nothing. It was just totally wildlands until you got to that town. And so John knew he would need to get in his car and drive all the way to that town and then get the people of the town to go get medical help. So, he is hours away from getting the help he needs. And so he has no time to waste. And so he crawls through the sand. His leg is killing him, but he's just so focused on getting up to his Land Rover, and he manages to get to his car. He opens the door, he climbs in the driver's seat, and then as soon as he's in there, he shuts and locks the doors. And then he grabs a white t-shirt that he had on the passenger seat and he ripped it into strips. And he used those strips like tourniquets and he wrapped them around his leg, the leg that was bleeding from his calf. And he basically used this tourniquet to attempt to cut off blood flow to his entire right leg to stop the bleeding, to save his life. But the wound on his right leg was so bad and so deep that despite putting on multiple very tight tourniquets, it just wasn't doing very much. He was still losing blood at a pace that likely would kill him before he got to town. And so John was kind of like, well, nothing else I can do but attempt to go to town. So he fired up his car, he reversed off the beach, and began making his way towards town. As John sped along the road, he began to feel very lightheaded. Between the pain in his leg and the extreme heat outside, he just felt very dehydrated and weak. And so he thought to himself, if I can't get a sip of water soon, I'm gonna pass out right now and then I'm done for. And so as he's driving along, John began fumbling around his car, looking for any sort of liquid somewhere in the car. But ultimately all he found was an empty water bottle. And all he saw in every direction was just this barren African savanna with no people and no water anywhere. And so John just kept on driving, hoping eventually he might find some water source. And luckily, after only a couple of minutes, when his eyelids were really starting to droop and he was having a hard time focusing, he noticed up ahead there was a copse of trees with a little creek that ran through it. And so immediately John pulled over and he got out and he hobbled his way over to the water. He laid down on his stomach so his face is basically right over the water, and then he just put his face in the water and began to drink. And as he did, he felt his heart rate start to slow down. He felt himself relax a little bit. And he started to think to himself like, hey, I found water, I'm doing okay. Maybe I will survive this. But right as John was starting to feel optimistic, he felt a new shooting pain on his right side. And so with a little bit of strength he had, he managed to turn his head and looked to see what was going on. And staring back at him was a lion who had just bit his side and was now growling and staring at John and beginning to move its jaw left and right to really sink its teeth into John. Okay, so if you're not listening to our show called Run Fool, then you are really missing out on a truly special and unique podcast. Now, it's technically a horror podcast, but honestly, it's so much more. Every episode is a fresh take on terrifying lore, like a modern ghost story wrapped up in a tightly spun narrative. Also, remember, Run Fool is a Ballin Studios podcast, which means there's always going to be a big plot twist or reveal at the end. Rodney Barnes is the iconic host of Run Fool, and every story he tells on there, it feels like this fully immersive horror movie. Also, the sound design on this show is like expert level. Barnes really knows what he's doing. Even if you never watch the show, you should tune in just for a second, at least once, just to hear Barnes's radio voice. It is like the best, most soothing voice I think I've ever heard. So if Run Fool feels like a show you might like, go run and follow the show and start listening. Also, be sure you stick around till the end of today's video because we're gonna play a clip from last week's episode of Run Fool.
Hi, we're Visible, the wireless company that makes things visible. Get a one-line plan with unlimited data powered by Verizon's network, just $25 a month, because you shouldn't need a shared plan to save. One person, one line, one great rate. Switch today at Visible.com.
Introducing the new Cantina Chicken Burrito, only at Taco Bell.
Now, this is unbelievably painful for John, and he's already dealing with an unbelievable pain in his leg from the shark attack. And so John's experiencing pain that very few people ever get to experience. And it caused this unbelievable surge of adrenaline, you know, one that you would likely get basically right before you die. That was the level of adrenaline he was getting. And with this adrenaline rush, he grabbed a stick and he began hitting this lion who's locked onto his ribs, and he managed to beat the lion off of him. And the lion, you know, it only backed up maybe a few feet, and it's still totally fixated on John, and it's growling and edging towards him. But John, you know, all he could do was just attempt to get to his Land Rover. And so as soon as the lion had let go of him, he just stood up and kind of pathetically began hobbling as fast as he could towards his Land Rover. And he literally just walked past this lion who's still growling at him, kind of trying to size him up, and he just kept on walking towards his car, and he was almost there when he noticed the sound of the lion growling behind him, which had been constant to this point, had suddenly intensified to the point where John couldn't even help himself. He had to turn around and see what was going on. And when he turned around, he saw now there was not just one lion, but an entire pride of lions. There was at least 4 lions that now had all formed a semicircle and were staring at John and moving towards him to eat him. But John really couldn't do anything about this. All he could do was just hopefully get to his Land Rover in time. And so John just turned back around, so his back is to the pride of lions a few feet away from him, and he just continues hobbling towards his car. And as he walked, the lions began swiping at him and cutting his legs open and his arms open. I mean, they're like razor blades just being taken to the backside of him, but they didn't launch a full-bore attack on him. It was like they were just kind of testing him. And then right when the lions were basically about to actually pull John to the ground and eat him, was when John got to the door, opened it up, jumped inside, shut it, and locked it. However, when John went to grab his keys and start the car, he realized he didn't have the keys. And when he turned and looked outside, he saw the pride of lions and his car keys on the ground. He was doomed. He knew there was no way he could get those keys without getting killed in the process. And so John basically just resigned himself to die in his car right here. Like, he knew, I'm gonna die in the next few hours. There's nothing I can do. And so he just kind of sat there and waited. And 30 minutes later, John heard a very loud, almost explosion sound coming from somewhere outside of the vehicle. And then he heard it a few more times, and before long, the lions were so startled by it that they ran away. And then he hears what sounds like a series of shutter flashes, like camera flashes. And, you know, he's looking around, he can't quite figure out what's even going on, because again, he has all these injuries, he's lost so much blood. And then eventually, John just kind of passes out, having no idea what had just happened. It would turn out there was actually a safari that was happening in the area where John was at the same time, and the safari guide, as they drove past this area, happened to spot John inside of his Land Rover surrounded by lions. And so as all the people in the tour began furiously taking photos of this crazy scene in front of them, the tour guide began firing his rifle into the sky to scare the lions off. And so those were the noises that John was hearing before he passed out. And then after he passed out, the tour guide and all the people on the tour pulled John out of his Land Rover, because now the lions are gone, and they would take him to a hospital where doctors and nurses would have to give him 250 stitches to stitch up all of his various shark and lion wounds. John would make a full recovery, and he would hang up on his wall in his office the broken half of that surfboard that he did successfully manage to ride in to escape the shark. He says the surfboard reminds him how lucky he was. As promised, here is a clip from last week's episode of our amazing podcast, Run Fool, hosted by the incredible, iconic storyteller, Rodney Barnes. Enjoy.
That's when Uma flew in for some damage control. Her tone was polite but firm as she informed the outsider that this was a private party. He needed to leave. Ethan flinched. This was so embarrassing. Was he going to get kicked out next? But the outsider didn't seem bothered. He asked again where Dr. Smith was.
Where is he?
Uma grabbed his elbow and pulled him towards the exit. That's when the man lost it. He ripped his arm from Uma and backed away, trembling. His mouth quivered. His eyes leaked fear. He opened his mouth and screamed. The wail cut through Ethan's head like a knife. He yelped and covered his ears with his palms. The other guests did too. So did Uma. But she looked wrong. Her head shook back and forth. It picked up speed until her features became a blur. Ethan could hear her choking, too. Loud, hacking gasp as her throat struggled to keep up with the unnatural movement. Her trembling hands moved to her cheeks, a futile attempt to stop whatever was happening. Then, a loud crack echoed through the room. And with that, Uma's head twisted all the way around on her neck.
So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure you check out all of our podcast offerings out of Ballin Studios. If you look up Ballin Studios on any podcast platform, you'll find the Mr. Ballin podcast, Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, Run Fool, Bedtime Stories, and there's more coming. So if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, be sure to look up Ballin Studios and check out all those podcasts on whichever podcast platform you prefer. Thank you so much. Until next time, see ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here.
Love can get a little messy. Good thing there's Resolve. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button says they need to replace their tires on their Toyota Corolla, offer to do it for them and to pay for them, but make sure you replace their tires with enormous, oversized monster truck tires. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the evening of March 22nd, 1994, a 40-year-old, very experienced airline pilot named Andrei Danilov walked into the cockpit of a huge airplane that he was about to fly out of Moscow. Once he was in the cockpit, he said hello to the 2 other pilots he'd be flying with that night, and then Andrei took a seat in the captain's chair. Now, this flight tonight was going to be a very routine 13-hour trip to Hong Kong, something Andrei and these other 2 pilots had done many times before. But this night, Andrei was totally dreading this trip because one of the pilots he'd be flying with that night was a guy that Andrei just could not stand. His name was Yaroslav Kudrinsky, and he was going to be the relief pilot that night. So Andrei is the captain and the primary pilot. He has a co-pilot or first officer who sits right next to him, and then behind those 2 would be Yaroslav, the relief pilot, who basically is just there in case the captain or first officer needed a break. And so basically, Andrei was going to be forced to interact with Yaroslav all night long. And so as passengers made their way onto the plane, and as Andrei went through his pre-check procedures to get ready for this flight, Yaroslav just started yapping away about how amazing he was and what a great dad he was because he brought his kids on this flight. You know, they hadn't done a big international flight before, and so he was letting them fly with him that night. And then also Yaroslav began talking about this big surprise he had for his kids that was really going to show what an incredible father he really was. Now, Andrei and the first officer were listening to Yaroslav, but they were basically just completely ignoring him. They're not responding to him, they're not feeding into what he's saying, but Yaroslav didn't care. He just kept on rambling on and on and on about how amazing he was. And so finally, Andrei got clearance to take off, and so even though Yaroslav was totally annoying him, he was able to take off, and they went up to their cruising altitude, and they began making their way towards Hong Kong. And the whole time, you know, Yaroslav's just going on and on and on. And finally, 5 hours into this trip, Yaroslav is still just going on and on and on. And Andrei has just had it. He cannot stand to be around this guy anymore. And so finally, Andrei turned around and just cut off Yaroslav, who was mid-sentence about some anecdote about how strong his son was and what a talented wrestler he was. And so Andrei just cuts him off and is like, Yaroslav, take over. I'm taking a break. I'm going to go sleep for a bit. And so Yaroslav would stop what he was doing. He would stand up. He would take his seat in the captain's chair, and he would take over flying the plane. And so Andrei got up. He left the cockpit. He went to the very back of the plane in the main cabin to this row of seats that was reserved for him and the other pilots. And he got in there, and he laid down, and he closed his eyes. But just a couple of minutes after closing his eyes, Andrei began to feel the plane begin to bank hard to one side. Now, Andrei couldn't really remember if this was the time they were supposed to be turning or not, but it just felt like this turn was more aggressive than anything he anticipated at any point in this journey. But Andrei knew this plane was brand new, and so if there were any kind of minor mistakes that Yaroslav was making flying the plane, well, the autopilot feature, which was state-of-the-art in this plane, would easily correct those small errors and keep the plane going towards its destination. And so, even though, again, they're still in this pretty sharp turn here, Andrei just closed his eyes again and tried to go to sleep. But a couple of minutes later, they were still banking, and in fact, the bank was starting to get even more aggressive, to the point where Andrei opened his eyes and he's thinking to himself, what is Yaroslav doing up there? Like, we're basically going in a circle at this point. We're spiraling midair. And so right as Andrei was about to get up and go see what the heck was going on, the plane began to shake really violently, and suddenly Andrei realized, oh my goodness, the plane could be stalling right now. There could be a real issue in the cockpit, and this is not some minor error. And so as passengers on the plane are starting to sense that something could be wrong here, I mean, the plane is like hard to the side and shaking, so people are starting to scream and cry, people are nervous. And so Andrei, he begins to stand up to go to the cockpit when suddenly the plane goes from just shaking and banking to basically rolling completely on its side. So all the windows are now on the ground and everybody's on their side. Andrei knew he could not go to the cockpit. There was no way to do that. And so all he could do was just hold on to his seat and pray they got out of this. And then just as quickly as all this started, it stopped. The plane kind of went back to level, it stopped shaking, and then Andrei heard the sound of the twin engines out on the wings roar as if the plane was kind of getting back up to speed. And for a second, it seemed like everything was okay. And so Andrei, sensing that this was his chance to get back to the cockpit and frankly just reassume command, because whatever was going on in there, it was not okay. And so Andrei, he got up and began running down the aisle to get to the cockpit. But right as he was about to grab the door, the plane suddenly tilted upward and they began rocketing up into the sky, so strong that Andrei was pinned to the carpet. And so for a couple of seconds, Andrei couldn't do anything, but then he began to hear the sound of the actual frame of the plane beginning to crack from all the pressure of accelerating so quickly up into the sky. And so with all of his strength, Andrei reached up, he's on his hands and knees, and he grabs the door handle to the cockpit and he opens it up, and the second he looks into the cockpit, he would have known exactly what was wrong. It would turn out Yaroslav's big surprise for his kids that he promised Andrei and the first officer would demonstrate what an amazing father he was that he was going to let his kids fly the plane, just for a second, But these are untrained children that have no idea how to fly a plane. And so when Andre got up and went to go take a nap and Yaroslav took over, well, Yaroslav called up his kids who were in the main cabin, a teenage son and daughter, and they went into the cockpit and they sat down in the captain's chair and they began to fly the plane. And the daughter took the seat first in the captain's chair, and she was very careful not to touch any of the controls, even though Yaroslav was kind of encouraging her, you know, to take the wheel and really see what it feels like. But she was nervous, and so she really didn't touch anything. But then Yaroslav's son, when he sat down in the captain's chair, he did grab the controls and he pulled on the wheel hard enough that he somehow disengaged the autopilot feature, and nobody noticed. And so as Yaroslav's son is yanking forward and backwards on the yoke, so the steering wheel of the plane began going in all these crazy directions because there was no autopilot to stop it. And by the time he had figured out what was wrong, it was too late because the plane had entered into an unrecoverable stall and it crashed into the foothills of Siberia, killing all 75 people on board. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. Back in 2018, I was very depressed. I had just left the military and I was really struggling to re-assimilate back into civilian society, and it was making me depressed. And even though I was encouraged from a young age to open up and talk about my feelings when I was feeling down, you know, as an adult, I just couldn't do it. I felt very insecure about it and was worried if I began talking about my problems that I would be viewed as kind of a weak person, or even worse, a complainer, something I was very worried about. But eventually I would go seek out a therapist because I became so miserable and it just had to happen. And I'm so glad I did, because as soon as I actually talked to a real therapist, I saw therapy is actually kind of great. As soon as you open up and kind of unburden yourself, a trained therapist can really help you work through your issues and come to terms with them, and over time, you'll get better. And so that's why today I want to talk to you about BetterHelp. BetterHelp is a highly reviewed online therapy platform, which means you can get the help you need right from the comfort of your own home. And then after filling out a brief survey online, BetterHelp will usually be able to match you with one of their licensed therapists within 24 hours. And then it's up to you how you communicate with your therapist. You can chat with your therapist on your phone, your computer, you know, phone call, video call, messaging. It's totally up to you. So if you're struggling right now and you think therapy could help you too, think about giving BetterHelp a try. Let BetterHelp connect you with a therapist who can support you right from the comfort of your own home. Visit betterhelp.com/Mr. Ballin, or just click Mr. Ballin during sign up to enjoy a special discount on your first month.
Start clean with the power of Clorox.
On the morning of September 19th, 2013, a man named Mark Casey sat with his girlfriend, Lynn Spalding, in the triage area of the emergency room at San Francisco General Hospital. A nurse took Lynn's temperature and her blood pressure, while Mark tried to explain what had been going on with Lynn over the past few weeks. Lynn, who was now 57, had been dealing with this really intense stomach pain. And so she had gone to the doctor and she had been diagnosed with a urinary tract infection, and she was given antibiotics for it. But despite taking those antibiotics, it didn't get rid of the stomach pain. And in fact, her stomach pain was only getting worse. She was losing weight and she just seemed really frail. But despite her condition obviously getting worse every single day, over the past few weeks, Lynn had basically refused to go back to the hospital, despite Mark saying, "We really gotta go, you're getting worse, we gotta have you looked at." But she just kept saying no. And then finally, when Mark noticed Lynn was now becoming somewhat despondent, like he would try to talk to her and her eyes would glaze over and she would look off into the distance like she didn't even hear him, Mark had just looked at Lynn and said, "You know what? I'm taking you to the hospital." And so he put her in the car, he brought her to the hospital, and now that he was here, he had to explain what was going on because Lynn was still despondent, just kind of staring off into space and very likely having no idea what was going on. And so after Mark gave all the information to the nurse, the nurse said that, okay, Lynn needs to be admitted to the hospital. And so after a short wait, an orderly came over and pushed Lynn's wheelchair up to the 5th floor where she'd be staying, and Mark went with them. And then once in the room, Mark helped Lynn get settled in her bed. And again, Lynn is just kind of staring off into space, not really paying attention. And then a whole team of nurses and doctors came in and hooked Lynn up to IVs and different machines to make sure they could monitor her. And then at some point, one of the doctors pulled Mark aside and said, we think Lynn is dealing with some kind of infection, and so what we need to do is run some tests to figure out what this infection is, and then hopefully we can treat it. And so Mark said, okay, that sounds great. And then all day, Mark sat right next to Lynn and held her hand as the medical team came in and out of the room running all these tests. The following day, the medical team still didn't know what was wrong with Lynn. The tests they had run so far were inconclusive or were negative. Now, the biggest issue with Lynn was not trying to figure out what infection she had or how to cure her. Instead, it was, how do we keep Lynn in her hospital room? Because on this second day that Lynn was at the hospital, despite being very despondent still, any chance she got, she was getting out of her bed and trying to escape her room. And so the medical team, they kept having to go find her and bring her back to her room. And they tried to explain to her, like, Lynn, you're sick. That's why you're here. You need to stay in your room. But Lynn clearly was just not getting it. She was just not there. And she would just say to the team, I want to go home. I just want to go home. I want to go home. And they would say, well, Lynn, you got to get better first, and then you can go home. Now, Mark, like the medical staff, was also concerned about Lynn's behavior. It was not safe for her to get up and flee her hospital room. But Mark kind of secretly thought, maybe this is a good sign, because the day before, Lynn couldn't even walk on her own. And now today, she's walking around on her own, trying to escape the hospital, which is bad. But, she's ambulatory. That's going to be a good sign. And also, Mark was thinking that because Lynn was fleeing her room over and over again, she's going to get even better medical care because the staff has to be super focused on her. And so Mark was feeling kind of optimistic that Lynn was on the road to recovery. The next morning, so now Lynn has been at the hospital for 2 days at this point, a nurse went into Lynn's room to check on her at about 10:15 a.m. and she walked up to Lynn, who was in her bed, and Lynn immediately told the nurse that she wanted to go home. And the nurse said, sorry, Lynn, we still don't know what's wrong with you. You got to stay here for now. But again, it was pretty clear Lynn did not understand what the nurse was saying. And so Lynn was not agitated. She was laying in bed and did not appear to, want to flee the room anytime soon. And so the nurse took Lynn's vitals. They were all basically normal. And then the nurse wrote down on Lynn's chart that her condition as of this moment was fair. And then the nurse left the room. And once this nurse was gone, Lynn laid in bed for a second. And then when nobody else came in the room, she sat up, she hopped off the bed, and she took off her hospital gown. She pulled out all the cords and wires that were on her. Then she put on her jeans, her boots, her jacket. She grabbed her purse off the table, and she walked out the door. And the second she walked out the door, she would have been in this long hallway, except her room was at the end of the hallway. So when she stepped out into that hallway, if she turned right, she would have seen a long, long stretch of hallway with other hospital rooms and lots of staff and doctors and nurses kind of walking around. But to her left, it would have been a dead end with a single blue door with a green exit sign over the top of it. And so Lynn, she steps into the hallway, she looks down the long side to the right, then she looks to the left, she sees the blue door, and she goes to the blue door, she opens it up, and she disappears inside.
Happy? Go for the handful.
When the nurse came back to Lynn's room and saw she wasn't there, she reported Lynn missing. Now, remember, the hospital was well aware of the fact that Lynn had been trying to escape for the past 48 hours, and so nobody was really shocked by this. In fact, the hospital, their first move was to contact Mark, who had actually gone home the night before to get some real sleep and to take a shower. And so they contacted Mark and they said, hey, Lynn's not here. Is she with you? And Mark was like, no, I'm home. She's not here. I have not seen her. I haven't talked to her. I have no idea where she is. And so the hospital at this point began this huge search in their building, just checking the entire property for Lynn. but there was no trace of her. And so the police were contacted and they launched a search both of the hospital grounds and also of the surrounding areas, and they too could not find a trace of Lynn. It was like Lynn just vanished into thin air. That is, until October 8th, 2013, so 17 days after Lynn had strolled through that blue exit door. On that day, October 8th, a hospital maintenance worker was walking down the long hallway in the hospital, not on the 5th floor where Lynn was staying, but one floor below, so on the 4th floor. And he's walking down this long hallway in the direction of the dead end side, so the same side that Lynn was on where her room was, but again, one floor above. And the maintenance worker, he walks all the way to the end of this hallway on the 4th floor, and he arrives in front of the blue door with the green exit sign above it. Again, this is below where Lynn was, but it looks the same. And the maintenance worker, he opened up the door, and when he looked out of the 4th floor door, he just froze because what he was looking at just seemed impossible. And then he had this urge to scream, but he knew there were all these patients and kids and doctors and stuff in the hallway behind him, and he didn't want to scare anyone. And so very quietly, he reached down and grabbed his radio, and he called for help. In order to explain what happened next, you need to look at this picture. So in this picture, on the right-hand side, you see there are two outdoor landings with people on them. The one on top is the 5th floor landing, and the one below it, with a single person on it, is the 4th floor landing. And to get onto these outdoor landings, you have to walk through those blue exit doors at the end of those hallways. These blue doors are emergency exits. And so when you go out these blue doors, once they shut, they lock automatically. But now you're out on this outdoor landing, and immediately to your right, although you can't see it in this picture, there is actually another door that leads to this enclosed stairwell that will bring you all the way to the ground floor, where there's another door that's unlocked that will bring you out to safety. And so again, you walk out one of those blue doors, you're on this landing, you can turn, open up another door, you're in the stairwell, and you can evacuate. So, in theory, if you were a person that really wanted to escape this hospital, like Lynn did, going out one of these blue door emergency exits was a great idea. It would bring you to the ground. This is a way to escape the hospital. But remember, Lynn was totally confused. Mentally, she was just not there because of whatever illness was affecting her. And so when she walked out that door, she arrived on the 5th floor landing, and the door shut behind her and it locked. And the theory is, as soon as Lynn got out there, maybe she had some second thoughts and wanted to go back into the hospital. And so she turned and she grabbed that door and tried to open it back up again, but because it locks automatically, it wouldn't open. And so Lynn did have the wherewithal to turn and see this other door that led to this enclosed stairwell, the emergency stairwell that did go to the ground floor. She could absolutely go all the way down and escape. She could do that. She went into the stairwell and she went down one floor to the 4th floor landing. And when she got there, she left the stairwell and she went to that door that would lead back into the hospital on the 4th floor. And she tried it, but of course it was locked. And then again, instead of her just going back into the stairwell and going down and escaping to safety, she, for some reason, just stayed on the 4th floor landing. Again, you got to remember that she's not all there mentally, and so she was confused, and she just stayed there on the landing, basically waiting to be rescued. But despite these huge searches of the hospital property by hospital staff and by the police, for some reason, this area, this landing on the 4th floor, was never checked. And so nobody found her. That is until October 4th. So at this point, Lynn has been outside for 13 days on this landing, and a researcher from the hospital, for whatever reason, exited out one of these emergency doors, and they began making their way downstairs. And when they passed by the 4th floor landing, they spotted Lynn on the ground on the 4th floor landing. But instead of going over to her and seeing if she was okay, this researcher just called security and said, hey, there's a patient outside on the 4th floor landing, like, come check it out. And then instead of waiting for security, the researcher just left, leaving Lynn alone. And security at the hospital, who said they were going to go check, they didn't. And so 4 more days would go by with still nobody officially finding Lynn. And then finally, on October 8th, the hospital maintenance worker opened up the blue door on the 4th floor, and he saw the 4th floor landing, that exterior landing, and he saw Lynn, and he knew she was dead. Officials were never able to determine when Lynn died, so it's not clear how long she was alive out on that landing. But it is possible she could have been alive when that researcher found her, but obviously help didn't come in time. Ultimately, Lynn's family would sue the city and the hospital, and they would be awarded $3 million. On May 28, 1986, a Florida real estate agent named Marguerite Welty walked up to the front door of this little white stucco home sitting right on the edge of Lake Placid in Florida. Marguerite pulled out a key from her pocket, she unlocked the door, opened it up, and then she turned around, and standing right in front of her were her clients, this young couple named Lois and Richard Goodman, who were thinking about buying a vacation home. And so this was one of the homes they were checking out. And so Marguerite smiled at her clients and gestured for them to come inside. The house sat at the end of a quiet, shady street lined with huge trees and other small vacation homes, and a lot of these vacation homes were perfectly manicured and beautiful, but the house they were touring today was not. It was unmaintained and overgrown, the paint was chipped and fading. It just looked bad, because the owner of this property at one time had used this house as their vacation home, but lately they had just kind of stopped coming out here, and so they really never came out to check on the property, and so it definitely had the look of an abandoned property. And now the owner didn't even know if they could fix it anymore, and so they decided they would just sell it and let somebody else deal with it. And so Marguerite led Richard and Lois into the house, and she brought them right into the carpeted living room, and the house was very musky and dark. All the windows were shut and all the blinds were drawn, and so Marguerite kind of instinctively walked over to the windows and began opening up the curtains and opening up the blinds, letting sunlight into the house. And so as this room is suddenly being lit up by the sunlight, behind her, Marguerite hears Lois and Richard start to laugh at something. And so Marguerite turned around to see what was so funny, and when she saw what Lois and Richard were laughing at, Marguerite did not think it was very funny. In fact, she thought the fact that they were laughing right now was kind of rude, especially when you considered what this couple had asked of Marguerite. They had come to Marguerite and said, hey, we want to buy a vacation home. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be on the water. It needs to have this and this and this. But we have a tiny budget. Go find us homes. And so Marguerite had really struggled to find vacation homes that were in their budget, but then she had found this diamond in the rough, this house on the coast of Lake Placid. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, it had a garage, direct access to the water, it even had a boat dock. This house was perfect. Now, of course, this house had obvious downsides, like the fact that it was clearly a fixer-upper. Anybody who bought this home would have to put a lot of work into just making it livable again. And then also, there was a distinct weird vibe about the property itself. Because the owner was never there, they had covered all the furniture inside of this home with white sheets, which kind of gave it a sort of haunted house vibe. And then also, there was virtually nothing of value inside of this home, because again, the owner was like never here. But for some reason, there was this super intense security system on the house. There was cameras everywhere, and the windows had metal bars over them. And so the aesthetic inside and outside this house was not a good one. But again, Marguerite felt like if they could just look past the negative stuff, this was really the perfect place for them. But now, here Marguerite's clients were, laughing away at the kind of goofy interior of this home. It's like they were being totally disrespectful both to Marguerite and frankly to the owner of this property. This is a good opportunity. What are you doing? But ultimately, Marguerite couldn't force her clients to be appreciative of this. And so she just kind of laughed along with them, but then very quickly changed the subject and told them, hey, let's go walk around the rest of the house. Make sure you see the whole place before you pass judgment. But Marguerite only had to lead Richard and Lois around the house for a couple more minutes to figure out they definitely were not in the market for this house. They could not look past the bizarre kind of spooky almost atmosphere inside the house and how run down it was. So they were just not going to put an offer on this house, and Marguerite knew it. And so even though Marguerite was definitely frustrated, she told her clients, don't worry about it. I'll go back to the drawing board. I'll find more properties, and we'll check those out. And so Marguerite led Richard and Lois out of the property. She shut and locked the door behind her, and then she and her clients left. 2 days later, on May 30th, 1986, the owner of this rundown old vacation home came by to check on the property. Basically, because they were trying to sell it, they just wanted to go up and make sure there were no obviously bad things about the property. They knew it was in rough shape, but they're just doing a sanity check. And so they get to this property, they open up the door, and they step inside, and right away, the owner is hit with this horrible smell. Now, the owner knew it normally did not smell great inside this home, but this smell he was smelling now was just so bad. It was so pungent, he knew it was not normal. And so the owner began walking around the house trying to figure out where the smell was coming from, and at some point he found himself in the living room, and his eyes happened to land on the thing that Richard and Lois Goodman had been laughing at 2 days earlier. Except when the owner saw this thing, he didn't think it was funny at all. In fact, what he did is he instantly turned around, ran out of the house, grabbed a phone, and called 911. 4 days earlier, on May 26th, a 28-year-old man named Thomas Lopez Ruiz, who was living in this makeshift campsite down by the water near Lake Placid, he decided to leave his campsite and go into town to try to earn some money. Thomas did not have a steady job. Instead, he did odd jobs in town whenever he could to earn a few bucks. But on this day, when Thomas went into town, there was no work. So Thomas decided he would go rob one of the many vacation homes along the coastline of Lake Placid. And the home that he picked is the same vacation home that Marguerite would take the Goodmans to 2 days later. And so Thomas arrives in front of this overgrown property, and he tries the doors, and they're all locked. However, Thomas had a plan. Thomas was a pretty small guy. He was about 5 foot 2 inches tall, only weighed about 140 pounds, and so he figured he could just slip through the chimney. That's how he could break into the house. And at first, it went great. He slipped in no problem, and before long, he was making his way down towards the inside of the house. But what Thomas realized as he went down the chimney is the chimney was not perfectly straight up and down. Instead, it was sort of tapered, where at the top it was wide, but the deeper you got, so the farther down you went in the chimney, the narrower the inside of the chimney got. And so when Thomas was almost all the way down the chimney, he got stuck. He could not get the rest of the way down, but where he got stuck, he couldn't grab the top of the chimney. He couldn't pull himself out. And so he is absolutely wedged, can't go down, can't go up, and making matters even worse was every time he exhaled, his chest would shrink a little bit, and that would cause him to slip a little bit farther, a little bit deeper into the chimney, and then when he would try to breathe in again, his chest would not be able to fully expand again. And so basically, every second that went by, Thomas was sinking lower and lower and lower by little bits, making it harder and harder and harder to breathe. And you got to figure that he was screaming for help, which again was causing him to breathe a bunch, causing him to sink even farther. And so it would have made breathing extremely difficult. And so Thomas is like in this absolute claustrophobic nightmare, and without outside help, he had no chance of survival. 2 days later, Marguerite Welty brought the Goodmans into that property, and she would open up the blinds, and sunlight would come into the living room, and Marguerite would hear Lois and Richard laughing at something, and she would turn around, and she would see they were pointing at the fireplace, and visible in this fireplace were 2 legs dangling down inside the chimney. They were not so far down that they were touching the ground, they were just kind of suspended in the air. And Lois and Richard, based on the way the house looked already, the kind of spooky vibe, there's white sheets over all the furniture, there are these bars on all the windows, everything is dark and dirty and kind of gross. Like there's this haunted house vibe to this place, and they're thinking, this must be a Halloween decoration or some sort of prank, a mannequin kind of jammed up into the chimney, maybe to look like a robber breaking into your house or something, that the owner never took down, because clearly the owner stopped taking care of this property, and so it kind of makes sense that these decorations would be left out. And so Lois and Richard are laughing at this Halloween decoration, and Marguerite, she looks at the legs too, and also thinks they're just some Halloween decoration, doesn't think anything of it, and so finally they end up leaving, and that was it. But as I'm sure you all have guessed, of course those legs were not mannequin legs, those were Thomas's legs. And in fact, the creepiest part about this is Thomas may have been alive during the house tour. The autopsy showed he actually did not die of asphyxiation, so he didn't suffocate. He died from dehydration, which takes about 2 days, and this house tour was about 2 days in. And the day prior to the house tour, a neighbor had been outside and they thought they heard someone yelling inside of the property, but for some reason, the neighbor just didn't do anything about it. And so there's a pretty good chance Thomas was barely alive as they were touring the house. But, you know, by the time the owner came back 2 days later and smelled that horrible smell, Thomas had passed away, and that smell was the smell of his body decomposing. Also, just to close the loop on this, it's not clear why the homeowner had that really aggressive security system with the bars on the windows. He just did. On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene Warren was at home inside of her beautiful mansion in Florida when she heard a knock on the front door. Marlene was busy and was hoping that her adult son might go answer the door, but when she looked over to the living room where her son was, she saw he was laying down watching TV and didn't even seem to have heard the knock on the door. So Marlene sighed and just walked over to the front door herself and opened it up. And to her surprise, standing on the other side of the door was a person dressed up in a clown costume, holding flowers and balloons. Now, Marlene loved clowns, and she had recently celebrated her 40th birthday, so she figured this must be someone's birthday gift to her, and she was thrilled. But after the clown handed Marlene the flowers and balloons, there was this loud popping sound inside of Marlene's house, and then Marlene fell to the floor, blood pouring down her face. So that's going to do it. I hope you enjoyed today's stories. If you did, be sure you check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast that has hundreds more stories you can listen to right now, and many of those stories are only available on that podcast. They are not on this YouTube channel. So again, that podcast is called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available on every podcast platform. Okay, until next time, thank you so much. See ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you liked today's video about places you can't go, well, you're in luck because we have a whole series of them. Click here. And then once he was all done, he took a deep breath and then he opened up the door. And this time, the apartment was absolutely silent. There was no more breathing. And so Leao, thinking he had this opportunity to get out of here without being caught by this thing inside of his apartment, he turned and just started running towards the door. And as soon as he did, he began to hear a voice, a hoarse female voice, screaming at him from the other side of his apartment, screeching, "Why? Why? Why?" And as Leao is just about to get to the door, he turns and he sees Mariko, the missing woman, running with her hair all knotted and matted hanging over her face, sprinting towards him from that back room. And Leao, he only managed to barely get out of his apartment and shut it and lock it before she ran into the door. And then it went silent again. This is why Leao was acting totally crazy, because he was terrified of what he believed was like this demonic entity inside of his apartment. He didn't think that was a real person. He thought it was like the spirit of Mariko or something, and she was haunting him. And so he had no idea what to do. He didn't know who to tell, and he just began living out of his cab instead of dealing with whatever was going on in his apartment. And so when Leao charged outside after this latest encounter with Mariko, he sees the police, and Leao is just overwhelmed with relief. Hopefully, he's thinking they can get rid of her and his life can go back to normal. But as overjoyed as Leao appeared to be, and now having the police on his side, finally being able to deal with whatever was going on, when push came to shove, Leao actually did not feel comfortable immediately giving up details of whatever was going on with Mariko inside of his apartment. But as Leao was brought by Detective Lin to the police station to tell them what was going on with how Mariko was in his apartment and she was haunting him, it seemed like it was the ghost of her or something. As Leao was having that conversation, other police officers were sent to Leao's apartment to go see if maybe Mariko really was in his apartment. Maybe that's where she had been this whole time. Maybe she broke into this guy's apartment and was just squatting there and harassing him, and that was the mystery. That's where she's been. But when police went into Leao's apartment, there was no sign whatsoever that anybody else besides Leao was living in that apartment. There was no sign of a break-in. There was nothing. It was just Leao's apartment. And so this made police really suspicious of Leao because his story was so outrageous, and also he's talking about a person who's actively missing, Mariko. And so the police really pressured Leao to, come forward, give us more information. Why did you say this is Mariko in your apartment? Because there's nobody in your apartment. Tell us what's going on here. And so finally, after 4 days of intense questioning of Leao did finally admit to police that there was more to this story. It would turn out Liao really did pick Mariko up at the train station when she arrived in Taiwan for her vacation. So he did give her a ride, just like he said he had. But Liao had lied about what happened after that. It would turn out, after giving her this ride, Liao stayed with Mariko and they went sightseeing together, and then Liao invited Mariko to stay with him at his apartment, which again was customary in Taiwan. And so Mariko said yes, and she went to his apartment in the evening, and while they were there, Liao did proposition Mariko, and she rejected him. And at first, Liao just let it go, but then after Mariko fell asleep that night, he got his crossbow that he used to shoot dogs and cats, and he went into her room and he shot her 4 times with the crossbow and then cut her head off. Liao would bury her body the following night, but that same night was the first time Liao began hearing the breathing in his apartment. He couldn't quite place it. And then, not long after that, the head of Mariko, the severed head, would chase him all around his apartment, screaming, why, at him. And so basically, Mariko's severed head began haunting Liao incessantly to the point where he moved into his taxi cab and put up all those fulu papers to protect him from evil spirits, and also put up all those statues of Buddha for the same reason. I mean, he was living in his cab to protect himself from what he believed was this evil spirit. And so when people saw Liao in his cab kind of sitting back and muttering to himself, that was him praying that he would live through whatever was going on with this head. Liao would tell police where he buried Mariko's body, and he would tell police he buried her entire body in one location, including her head. But when police dug her up, it was only her lower half. Her head was missing. Liao was convicted of murder, and to this day, he is still in prison. Many people in Taiwan believe that, this case was ultimately solved because of Mariko's spirit, that she played a big role. Her head haunting Liao is what drove him crazy to the point where he admitted to police what he did. And then also, people in Taiwan think all those strange phone calls they were getting from that woman who was speaking Japanese and acting frantic and then hanging up, they say that was Mariko's spirit too, that was maybe one of her attempts just to keep people engaged with the story so that it wouldn't fade and become a cold case. And in fact, even some of the police, including Detective Lin, say they do believe Mariko's spirit played a role. And in fact, Detective Lin said at one point when he was inside of Liao's apartment, he was by himself and he felt someone push him on the back. And when he turned around, there was nobody there. And so he was convinced that Mariko's spirit was inhabiting that apartment. Our newest podcast out of Ballin Studios is already a major hit. It's called Run Fool, and it's hosted by horror icon and master storyteller Rodney Barnes. And in every episode, Rodney weaves together these totally unsettling and terrifying stories about witches and demons and monsters and ghosts. And so far, the feedback we're getting on the show is that Rodney is so good at slowly ratcheting up the fear in the episode. And so when you get to the end of the show, you're like genuinely terrified. And if that wasn't enough to at least pique your interest in the show, well then you should tune into it just to hear the sound design. Rodney and his team, they built these super creepy soundscapes, and it's just unlike any other show I've listened to. So please go follow and start listening to Run Fool on any podcast platform. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure to check out all of the Ballin Studios podcasts. We have the Mr. Ballin podcast, Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, Run Fool, and Bedtime Stories. You can find all those shows simply by looking for Ballin Studios on whichever podcast platform you prefer. Okay, that's going to do it. Until next time, see ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here. And he did not deserve to die. John would serve all 22 years of his sentence, and then when he got out, he became famous for being the man who could not be hanged. John would eventually get married, and he would move to America, where he would live a very happy and quiet life until he died at the age of 81. Hey everybody, as mentioned earlier, right now you can listen to over 100 new stories on the Mr. Ballin podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. It's available on all of them. And so right now, I'm going to play you a clip from an episode of the Mr. Ballin podcast. It's called Rendezvous in Capistrano. Enjoy.
At 10 p.m. that night, Deputy Tony Castillo of the Orange County Sheriff's Department was in his cruiser, out on his usual rounds. Deputy Castillo eased off the gas when he noticed a silver Dodge Stratus car pulled over in the breakdown lane on a rural highway outside of San Juan Capistrano. It was pitch black and there wasn't much traffic. Castillo figured there wasn't a reason for anyone to stop right there unless they were having car trouble, so he decided he would walk over and see if they needed any help. Castillo pulled his cruiser in behind the car. He could see that the car's engine was still running and the high beam lights were on, and the passenger side door was wide open. Just ahead of the car on the side of the road, Castillo saw a pole with an emergency phone box attached to it. He thought maybe the passenger in this car had jumped out of the car after it pulled over to go use that call box to call for help, because maybe their car had broken down. But then Castillo noticed a woman's bare foot sticking out of that open passenger door, and he knew right then something had to be wrong. Castillo radioed to let dispatch know what he'd found and that he was now going to go investigate. Then Castillo got out of the cruiser, put his right hand on his holster, and began walking towards the back of the Dodge. Castillo's footsteps on the gravel were the only sound. Castillo saw what looked like a smear of blood on the back passenger side door, but he went around to the driver's side and he saw right away the front window was smashed, and Castillo saw a scene of pure horror inside the car. A man was slumped over in the driver's seat, still wearing a seatbelt, and a woman who had been in the passenger seat was sprawled across the front seat, basically on the driver, with her head on the man's lap. Both of them had been shot multiple times, and they were drenched in blood, and when Castillo checked both of them for a pulse, he found they had none. They were both dead. Castillo rushed back to his cruiser, and he radioed dispatch to tell them that he had just walked up on 2 apparent homicide victims out on Ortega Highway. Then Castillo ran the plates on the Dodge Stratus, and the vehicle came back as being registered to Ken and Carolyn Stahl. And while he couldn't know for sure quite yet, Castillo was reasonably certain that those were the 2 victims.
If you like that trailer and you want to hear the whole story, just go ahead and look up the Mr. Ballin podcast on any podcast platform. It's free. And then once you find it on Apple, Spotify, wherever, just give the show a follow and then start your binge. Or you can listen early and ad-free on Amazon Music. But again, the Mr. Ballin podcast is available on all podcast platforms. Go follow, go listen. So that's going to do it. If you want more strange, dark, and mysterious stories, then you need to check out all the Ballin Studios podcasts. You can find all of those podcasts simply by searching for Ballin Studios on any podcast platform. Okay, that's going to do it. Until next time, see ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here. Today, I'm going to share 2 totally weird medical mysteries. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is out of town, sneak into their house and prop open their refrigerator door, and then just leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. On the evening of July 25th, 2008, a 59-year-old man named Brian Thomas walked hand in hand with his wife Christine out of the restaurant where they had just had dinner. The couple was in this little village right on the coast of Wales, and where they were now walking outside of this restaurant was right along the water. And so as they did that, Brian found himself looking out over the sea, and he saw the reflection of the moon on the waves, and it was so beautiful. And then he turned to his wife, and she was so stunning. And so Brian finally just stopped and kind of just took in all this incredible beauty right in front of him, and he began smiling ear to ear, which was a big departure from how Brian had been feeling over the past few months, because Christine had recently had a big scare. She'd been told she might have cancer, and so she went in for all this testing, and then she and Brian had to wait for it to come back, and the wait was absolute torture. I mean, basically Brian and Christine were prepping themselves to find out Christine really did have cancer. But when the results did come back, it would turn out Christine did not have cancer, and so Christine was obviously hugely relieved, but it was actually Brian who was more relieved. It was like he suddenly saw he could lose his wife of 40 years, who he had raised a family with. I mean, this was like the most important person in Brian's life, but it was like he didn't fully appreciate that until he realized he could lose this really important person. And so now that Christine had a clean bill of health, Brian was committed to showering her with love and affection and taking her to restaurants and on vacations. And in fact, the reason they were actually in this village in Wales is because they were on one of Brian's many vacations for Christine. He had gone out and bought this little camper van, and they had driven it up to this part of Wales. And then after this vacation ended, Brian's plan was to use this camper to travel with his wife all over Great Britain. And so the couple had a really busy schedule coming up. But for right now, Brian was focused on just staying in the moment and enjoying this newfound happiness he was feeling. And so he and his wife would continue to just kind of walk along the water for a bit. And then finally, when they felt tired, they headed back to their camper, they went inside, they got in their bed, and they fell asleep. A little before 4 a.m., Brian suddenly woke up inside of this camper. And so he sits upright, he looks around, it's totally dark inside of there, he can't see anything, he doesn't really know why he just woke up, and he's trying to get his bearings. And then, as his eyes kind of begin to focus, he realizes there is a person standing inside of their camper right near the door. Basically 10-15 feet away from he and his wife is a person. And so Brian just froze, and he's staring at this person, hoping this is just a dream or something. But then this person, who appeared to be dressed in all black head to toe, began to move. And they began to move first to the left, and then towards the bed. And so Brian is still just frozen, thinking, is this real? Is this really happening? And then this person began climbing on the bed on the side where Christine was. And so Brian, without even thinking, just yelled out, "You bastard!" And he jumped off the bed at this guy and began choking them out. And the whole time Brian is screaming at this person, like, "What are you doing? Why are you here?" And this person is fighting back so hard, and Brian is just not letting go. It's like instinct is completely taken over, and then this person goes totally still and just dies. And Brian knows he killed them, but they came into his camper. Like, what do you expect? Brian would ultimately be the one who called the police, and just several minutes later they would show up, and when they got there they would find Brian standing outside the camper hyperventilating. And then when they tried to get more information about what exactly had happened inside the camper, Brian basically couldn't explain it. It was like he was totally in shock. And so eventually one of the officers just went inside the camper, and there on the ground they would find a body. But it was not some attacker. It was Brian's wife. It would turn out Brian had a medical condition called somnambulism, which we know as sleepwalking. And at home, he would sleep in a different bed than his wife because he sleepwalked so much. But since they were on vacation in their camper, they had to sleep together because there was only one bed on board the camper. And so not long after Brian and Christine had fallen asleep together, Brian began having this really intense nightmare where he believed his wife was being attacked. And so Brian, in this nightmare, had to stop this person from hurting Christine. Except, because of his sleepwalking, he acted this out in real life. And the attacker that he ultimately killed was ironically his wife. He basically tackled his wife and strangled her to death because he thought he was actually saving her. Brian was absolutely destroyed with grief and with guilt, and the second he realized what he had done, he confessed. He didn't in any way try to protect himself. He said, "I did this, take me in." And Brian would be arrested. However, in November of 2009, the judge who actually heard Brian's official confession, he kind of felt bad for Brian and said, "You know what, I'm dropping all charges against you because it's obvious to me you are a good and decent person. This was a mistake, and you're gonna live with grief and guilt for the rest of your life, and that's punishment enough." If you don't know this, late last year, we launched a brand new, strange, dark, and mysterious show called Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries. And so far, people love it. It is a free weekly show where each week we explore a new, baffling mystery originating from the one place we all can't escape: our own bodies. Topics discussed on the show range from obscure diseases and freak occurrences to totally weird medical mishaps that sometimes result in big, amazing discoveries, and other times result in just unimaginable suffering and death. So, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, then you really ought to give Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries a try. To start listening, go look up and follow Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries on any podcast platform, and boom, you're in. You got yourself a new weekly show. But if you're super impatient, like I am, and you can't wait a whole week to get a new episode, well, with your Prime membership, you can watch batches of 8 episodes of Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries on Amazon Music. Also, on Amazon Music, there are no ads. And if all this was not enough to sell you on maybe giving the show a try, well, then stick around at the end of this video and I'll play you a sneak peek from our newest episode of Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries. One morning in January of 2016, a 45-year-old woman named Lauren walked into an office building in West Virginia where she worked as an office manager, and she dropped her purse, her phone, and her cigarettes on her desk. It was a Friday, and so Lauren was in a really good mood because she was pumped about the weekend. The next day, Saturday, she and her husband Dan planned to go on this big hike together. They loved hiking, so that was going to be awesome. And then on Sunday, Lauren planned to stay home all day and cook one big meal because it had become a tradition in their family that on Sundays, Lauren and Dan's kids, they had 3 kids who were all grown up, they would come back home to their parents' house and they would have a big family meal together. And these dinners were definitely the highlight of the week for Lauren and for Dan because both of them were very family-centric. Lauren switched on her computer and then looked at her schedule and saw she had a whole bunch of meetings back to back to back that day. And so immediately she was worried that she would not be able to slip out that day and go for a quick walk, something she had recently been doing a lot of because her doctor had recently told her that she had a blood circulation disorder that was called peripheral vascular disease. And what that meant was the arteries that carried the blood from her heart down to her legs and her feet were becoming blocked. And so her legs and feet were not getting enough oxygen. So far, her only symptoms were the occasional leg cramp, but if the disease got worse, it could lead to pain and mobility issues, and also heart attack and stroke. Luckily, Lauren's doctor told her that she didn't need medication, she just needed to quit smoking, change her diet, and become more physically active. And Lauren had totally leaned into this, and was being much more active, and had changed her diet. She hadn't quit smoking yet, but she planned to. And so Lauren really felt like she was on the right track. And so as Lauren kind of began her day, going through her emails and thinking about when she's going to do this walk, her cell phone rang. When Lauren looked at the phone, she didn't recognize the number, so she decided to let it go to voicemail. And so Lauren forgot about her phone and just figured whoever this was, they'd call back or whatever, and she's doing her thing. But then she got another phone call. And when she looked, it was the same number calling her back. And this time, Lauren did pick up the phone, and when she said hello, on the other end of the line, she heard a police officer say in a very serious voice, "Am I speaking to Dan's wife?" And so right away, Lauren's heart began to race, and she would tell the officer, yes, what's going on? And all the officer would tell her is that Dan, unfortunately, was in a very serious car accident, and so you need to come to the scene right away. In an absolute panic, Lauren hung up the phone, she grabbed her things, she ran out to the car, and she floored her way to the address the police officer gave her. But when she got there, she saw there were so many police cars and ambulances and all these people that she couldn't even see what was going on, let alone park anywhere near where this accident happened. So she wound up parking her car around the corner, and then she got out and just sprinted towards all the police. And then when she got up to them, she basically began pushing people out of the way, and no one tried to stop her. They could tell, this woman must know the people involved in this crash. And so she pushed past all these people, and finally she can see through the crowd, and she can see her husband's car, and it's absolutely mangled. And there's all these first responders that are in a circle on the pavement, and she can tell there is somebody on the ground they're working on, and it's gotta be Dan. And so Lauren just began running towards that group of people, and as she did, they all stood up as if, there was nothing they could do. And on the ground, Lauren saw her husband. There was Dan lying in this huge pool of blood, just motionless on the ground. And so before she even got over to her husband, Lauren already knew what had happened. Dan was dead. And so Lauren let out this primal shriek and just rushed over to her husband and fell to the ground next to him, holding his body and crying hysterically. And all the EMTs and first responders You know, they knew this woman has just lost her husband, and even though she shouldn't be here right now, they just felt like they have to give this moment to her. And so the police and the EMTs and the rest of the first responders, instead of even talking to Lauren or trying to get her to go somewhere else, they just formed a big circle, shoulder to shoulder, around Lauren and Dan, and just allowed Lauren to grieve in private. About 2 hours later, Lauren returned to her home in a daze. Dan's body had already been transported to the morgue, and a police officer had driven Lauren back to her home, where her 3 kids, her son and her 2 daughters, were now waiting for her. And so when Lauren went inside the house and went into the living room where her kids were, her kids, who already knew what had happened, they just immediately swarmed her and hugged her, and they all just cried together. I mean, this was so horrible and so unexpected that nobody knew what to do. Finally, Lauren tried to speak through her sobs, but when she did, she just couldn't get words out. It was like her chest was so tight she couldn't even speak. And then suddenly, Lauren realized this pressure on her chest was very real, and it was getting worse and worse, to the point where it was genuinely hard to take a breath in. And so Lauren actually said to her kids, "I think I'm having a panic attack." And so her daughter ran to the kitchen to get some water, and as she did, Lauren took a seat on the couch to try to calm down. But by the time her daughter came back with the glass of water, Lauren straight up just could not breathe. I mean, she was trying to pull air in, but it wasn't going in, and she was totally panicking. And so she looked at her kids and just mouthed the words, "I can't breathe." At which point the kids understood, like, this is way beyond just grief and sadness. Like, she's having a physical emergency right now. And so one of Lauren's daughters picked up the phone and called 911. A few minutes later, an ambulance arrived, and they would take Lauren to a local hospital. But as soon as they got there, the doctors and nurses determined that very likely Lauren had had a heart attack. And even though she was basically stable right now, their fear is she was going to have another one, and this particular local hospital just lacked the resources and staff to actually treat Lauren. And so they pretty much immediately transferred Lauren to another hospital called the JW Memorial Hospital in Morgantown, West Virginia, because that hospital had a specialized cardiac care unit for people with very serious heart problems. Dr. Conard Falinger was the cardiologist on duty at JW Memorial Hospital when Lauren was brought into the intensive care unit, followed closely behind by her 3 adult children. Now, Dr. Falinger was used to seeing worried families in the hospital, but Lauren's kids looked far more distressed than he was used to seeing. And when he spoke to Lauren's kids about, what's going on with Lauren, he would see why. The doctor would learn that this family has lost their father, their husband, just a few hours earlier, and the mother, Lauren, who's this patient, she laid with her dead husband out on the road in a pool of blood, and now these poor kids who've just lost their father, they're seeing their mother go to the ICU for what looks like a heart attack. I mean, this was a total worst case scenario where basically everything was going wrong for this family. Dr. Falinger did his best to push his emotions to the side. He didn't want to get wrapped up emotionally in this case, but at the same time, the doctor felt a very deep need to save Lauren. Like, let this family have one good thing happen to them. But Lauren's condition was pretty dire. Just like the doctors at that local hospital where Lauren went first, Dr. Falinger also suspected Lauren had a heart attack, very likely because of that blood circulation disorder that she had that basically clogged her arteries. When an artery in the heart gets blocked, the blood can't circulate in the heart, and so the heart dies. And preliminary testing on Lauren showed there was already signs of damage to her heart, in the same way that a heart attack would damage a heart. Her heartbeat was also irregular, and it was too fast, and her blood pressure was dangerously low. And then also, when Dr. Falinger looked at some imaging of Lauren's heart, he could see that the majority of her heart muscle wasn't even moving. Basically, Lauren's heart was working way harder and way faster than it should be to accomplish nothing. And so, very quickly, Dr. Falinger realized that unless he was able to find the blocked artery in Lauren's heart and clear it, that Lauren would die. And so Dr. Falinger looked up at Lauren's 3 kids who were just standing there in silence, waiting for more bad news. And Dr. Falinger said to them, "Your mom needs to go into surgery right now." Nurses wheeled Lauren out of the ICU and into surgery, where she was immediately put under anesthesia. Once Lauren was ready, Dr. Falinger watched on a monitor as another surgeon fed a thin, flexible tube called a catheter into an artery in Lauren's leg and then fed it up towards her heart. This surgery was called cardiac angioplasty. Basically, that surgeon was going to use that catheter, that tube, and put it into Lauren's heart, and then shoot dye through that catheter tube into the blood in Lauren's heart. And then Dr. Falinger and the other doctors could watch to see where this dye went. If the dye was pumped out of the heart like it should be, they'd see it go in all different directions. But if at some point on the monitor the dye just stopped inside the heart and didn't go anywhere, then that would mean they found a blockage. And so when the surgeon had the catheter in Lauren's heart, he injected the dye, and they all watched on the monitor, and her heart functioned completely fine. There was no blockage in her heart. Now, the doctors weren't entirely convinced yet that there was no blockage, so they pulled that catheter out and they got a different one, and they went through the exact procedure all over again to see if maybe that catheter was malfunctioning. But again, that second time, the dye didn't stop anywhere. Her heart seemed to be functioning totally normally. And so Dr. Falinger and the rest of the doctors and surgeons, they were all totally baffled, because what this meant was whatever was happening to Lauren, or whatever did happen to Lauren, was not a heart attack. But make no mistake, Lauren's heart was still absolutely dying. It was just some other thing killing it. Dr. Falinger went back to the drawing board, but realistically, there just weren't that many other things to consider with regards to what was happening to Lauren. Heavy alcohol use could in theory cause what was happening to Lauren, but Lauren didn't drink. Infection was another option, but Lauren showed no signs of having an infection. Certain chemotherapy drugs have been known to damage the heart, but Lauren wasn't on chemo and certainly would not have accidentally been exposed to chemo drugs without knowing about it. And so basically, Dr. Falinger had no clue what was wrong with Lauren, and he didn't even know where to start. And so Dr. Falinger just sat in his office feeling so bad about the fact that, these kids are almost certainly gonna lose their other parent. I mean, it was his duty to save Lauren, and he couldn't do it, and he just felt so bad. He couldn't even imagine how he was gonna deliver the news to the kids that, your mom's gonna die and we don't know why. I mean, this was the worst for Dr. Falinger. He felt like he had failed as a doctor. But just then, Dr. Falinger has this epiphany. He remembers this weird medical article he had read somewhat recently, and he realized what was going on with Lauren and her family was like the same thing that happened in that article. And because Dr. Falinger did not have any other ideas of how to handle what was going on with Lauren, he decided he would just try to do what they did in that article, because if he was wrong, he had nothing to lose. So Dr. Falinger got up and he ran to Lauren's hospital room, and when he got in there, he saw Lauren's kids and he called them over to him, and he would tell them that he's going to give their mom some medication that's going to spike her blood pressure and keep it high, but then he needs them to gather around her and just talk to her like she's your mom. Talk lovingly, soothingly, remind her that you're still here and that everything is okay. And the kids, they all agreed to do this. And then Dr. Falinger, he gave the medicine to Lauren, and then he watched as her 3 kids circled up around the head of the bed, and they're all crying and holding their mom and telling her how much they love her and please come back to us, come back. And as they're doing this, Dr. Falinger just quietly walked out of the room, hoping this would work. And sure enough, just a week later, Lauren was all better. It would turn out the way in which Lauren lost her husband, both the suddenness of getting that phone call, combined with just the unthinkable horror of seeing your loved one on the road in a pool of blood dead. I mean, that situation was so stressful for Lauren that her brain released a ton of stress hormones into her body. So much so that these stress hormones literally paralyzed her heart. And so you can understand why all the doctors thought this was a heart attack, because this sort of looked like one. But this condition does have its own name. It's called stress cardiomyopathy. However, it's known by its more casual name, which is broken heart syndrome. Basically, Lauren loved her husband so much that to witness what happened to him and to learn about it so suddenly and abruptly, it nearly killed her. And it just so happens that a few months before Lauren was checked into the hospital, Dr. Falinger happened to read a medical article about broken heart syndrome. And the only way you can treat broken heart syndrome is just to try to keep the patient alive long enough that the stress hormones leave their body naturally, at which point their heart goes back to normal. And so Dr. Falinger was able to buy Lauren a little bit of time right at the end there by giving her that medicine that boosted her blood pressure. But Dr. Falinger told her 3 kids that really it was up to them to keep their mother alive. They needed to crowd around their mom and just talk to her and tell her that you love her, show her that you're here with her, give her a reason to fight and hold on. Even though she's not saying or doing anything, she's still alive and she can hear you, so talk to her. And so Lauren's kids just sat around their mother and just showered her with love and affection. And sure enough, a few days later, when Lauren did kind of come out of it and recover, she would say that she felt herself drifting off towards death. I mean, she really knew she was dying. But then she remembers hearing her kids calling to her and saying how much they loved her and to please come back. We need you. We already lost Dad. We gotta keep you. And Lauren would say that's the reason she's still here today, is because she held on for her kids. She felt like it was her duty to be here for her family. And so that's what saved her life. Okay, here is the clip from our newest episode of Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries. Enjoy.
One summer afternoon in 2016, a young woman squeezed into the tiny bathroom on board a fishing vessel. She locked the door behind her and leaned in close to the mirror to get a good look at her face, in particular her left eye, which was disturbingly red. She used both hands to stretch the skin back around her eye, and the tissue along the edge of her eyelid looked totally strange. So she just ran a finger along it, and then suddenly something dislodged from her eye. It was the small sliver of fuzz, about the size and thickness of a carpet fiber. The woman leaned in closer to the mirror and delicately pinched this weird strand and pulled it away from her eye. She held it up to the bathroom light, trying to figure out what it was, and to her surprise, it was almost half an inch long. As she stood there wondering how on earth this weird piece of fiber had gotten wedged in her eye, something strange happened. The little strand began to move.
The sneak peek you just listened to was from an episode called It Moves, and you can listen to that episode and many more simply by looking up Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries on any podcast platform, give the show a follow, and then start your binge. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's medically themed stories, be sure to check out our medically themed podcast. It's called Mr. Ballen's Medical Mysteries, and it's a whole bunch of stories about crazy medical mysteries. You can listen to it on Amazon Music or anywhere else you listen to your podcasts. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here.
Right this way. That looks delicious. No, stop. The night shift is falling asleep on job. Testing came back. Numbers look great.
Hey, whoa!
Thank you.
Come feed your inner child and set your imaginary friends free with a menu inspired by the all-new movie If, only at IHOP. Kids eat free 4 to 10 p.m. and see If, only in theaters May 17th.
Oh, I should have worn a suit.
One night in 1944, an American military pilot was flying over England when he turned around in his cockpit and looked at this panel of switches that was right behind him. And after looking for a particular switch, he reached out and he was about to toggle it, but he stopped because he knew what he was about to do, flipping this switch, would easily be the most dangerous thing he had ever done in his entire life. But this was his duty. He had to do it. And so after taking a deep breath, he flipped the switch, and immediately chaos ensued, and the course of American history would be drastically changed forever. If you've never heard the story before, and many people have not, this is not nearly as well known as it should be, then you are in for a huge reveal at the end. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please secretly log in to the Like Button's computer and then transfer all of their Bitcoin to your untraceable offshore account. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. At around 5:30 p.m. on the evening of August 12, 1944, a young American military pilot named Joe walked out of his quarters on his base in England where he was stationed. And as soon as he was outside, he lit a cigarette to calm his nerves, and as he smoked the cigarette, he began walking towards the huge hangar on the other side of the base where his plane was waiting for him. Joe had been preparing for this night for weeks. He and his co-pilot, a 35-year-old lieutenant who was nicknamed Bud, were about to step off on a top-secret military mission called Operation Aphrodite. And this mission was not only top secret, but it was so unbelievably dangerous that basically anybody who knew about it considered it a suicide mission. But Joe tried not to think about that as he walked towards the hangar. Instead, he tried to think about the reason he was here in the first place, the reason he had joined the military, and that was to defeat the Nazis. And what he and his co-pilot were about to do, Operation Aphrodite, was going to play a huge role in defeating the Nazis. So this was about 5 years into World War II, and at this point, the Nazis were actually losing. However, it was making them more dangerous, not less, because they were becoming very, very desperate. And so they were launching all these outrageous attacks, basically because they had nothing to lose. And one horrible thing the Nazis were doing at this time were dropping these things called vengeance weapons. Hitler called them vengeance weapons. They were basically these huge bombs that the Nazis would drop arbitrarily across the United Kingdom on major population centers. And by this point in the war, these vengeance weapons had killed over 5,000 civilians. And at this exact moment, like this night, as Joe was walking towards the hangar, the Nazis had a stash of vengeance weapons aimed directly at London. That was going to be their next target. And so the mission that Joe and his co-pilot Bud were going on, Operation Aphrodite, was going to be to go out and destroy those vengeance weapons to save London. And as nervous as Joe was about this mission, and he was really nervous, he was also very excited. He actually had volunteered for this mission when many other pilots had done everything they could to stay away from this mission. And on top of that, Joe actually had flown enough missions by this point in the war that he didn't need to fly any more. He could just go home. But instead, he volunteered for this mission. And a reason why Joe might have decided to do that has a lot to do with the family he was raised in. So Joe came from a family that was very successful and accomplished, and his father really pushed Joe and his younger brother to be the very best at whatever they were doing and to be very competitive with each other. And so while Joe and his younger brother did love each other, they also had a pretty intense rivalry. And for a while, Joe's father obviously favored Joe. I mean, Joe was the favorite child, and, his father would always say, Joe's going to be the president someday. He's so talented. But after the attack on Pearl Harbor that brought the United States into World War II, both Joe and his younger brother joined the military, and pretty early on in the war, Joe's younger brother got an award for heroism. He had basically saved his platoon of men, and he won all these awards, and he was all over the news. And pretty quickly after that, Joe felt like he fell out of favor with his dad, that his dad kind of looked at the younger brother as being the favorite child now. And so Joe really started to feel insecure and wanted to prove himself really to his dad. And so when Operation Aphrodite came up, Joe volunteered for it really because he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to show his dad that he too could do something huge and change the course of history. And he would change the course of history, but not in the way he expected. And so Joe continued to smoke a cigarette and hustled across the base towards the hangar. And as he did, he found himself kind of speeding up, like he just wanted to get over there and get started. Joe's commanders had given him a special code he would call out over the radio if this mission was successful. It was spade flush. That's what he'd say over the radio. And so as Joe hustled towards the hangar, he imagined how incredible it was going to be to yell out spade flush over the radio. I mean, it was only like 30 minutes away from that moment. This was a short mission. And so finally Joe reached the hangar and he looked up to the sky one more time to make sure the weather looked solid, because actually they had tried to launch Operation Aphrodite a couple of days earlier, but it had been canceled because of fog. But Joe looked around and the weather looked good, and so he knew it was going to be a go. So he flipped his cigarette butt and stepped into the hangar. Inside this hangar was this massive big open space, and in the center of the hangar on the floor was this huge plane called a B-24 Liberator. This was of course Joe's plane for the night. And so Joe immediately began walking towards the plane to check it out. Now, this particular type of plane was the type of plane Joe had been flying for the past 3 years. I mean, he'd flown many combat missions in this type of aircraft, so he was very familiar with it. But this particular B-24 was unlike any of the other B-24s Joe had ever flown. In fact, this aircraft was so unique, it was unlike any aircraft that any pilot in the American military had ever flown. I mean, this was really a one of one. And so as Joe walked around the outside of this plane, he began to notice some of these unique modifications that the mechanics had made to this aircraft. The most noticeable modification was actually the cockpit. Now, normally the cockpit had all these windows basically all around it, so the pilot could look in any direction and see what was going on, but obviously they needed to be protected from the elements. But this B-24 had all the glass removed except for one pane of glass, basically right in front of where Joe would be staring, just like a single windshield. And so it's almost like it was a convertible aircraft where it was all open air in the cockpit. And the reason for this change is because Joe and his co-pilot, during the course of this top secret mission, Operation Aphrodite, they would have to jump out and parachute to the ground. And so by having this all open, it would allow them to do that much easier. And then another big modification to the B-24 is the guns that were normally located on the outside of the aircraft were gone, and they were replaced by broomsticks painted black to look like guns at a distance. But the visible changes to this particular B-24 were nothing compared to the massive changes that were hidden inside this aircraft. Because the top secret part of Operation Aphrodite was really this particular plane. The plane was not really a plane, it was more like a huge flying bomb. The military's mechanics basically hollowed out the entirety of this plane, removed everything inside of it that was not absolutely vital, and they replaced it with explosives. 10 tons of explosives. Like, this is an unbelievable amount of explosives. A few minutes later, at around 5:55 p.m., Joe and his co-pilot Bud, who by this point had come into the hangar, finished doing their exterior inspection of the aircraft, and then they climbed into the cockpit, with Joe taking a seat in the pilot's seat and Bud sitting in the co-pilot's seat. And even though the evening was cool, both men were visibly sweating. Once the pilots got the go-ahead to begin the mission, Joe fired the first engine and then turned to look at the ground crew all around them, and he noticed all of them looked really, really serious. I mean, they obviously knew how intensely dangerous this mission really was, and the fact was, you know, the pilots might not make it home, and so they're looking up at these guys like, I'm sorry you have to do this. But Joe, you know, he looked out at these people and he sensed that was going on, and so he made a big show to wave and smile at them, to show confidence, like he knew what he was going to do, he's going to be fine. But in reality, Joe really was terrified.
I am the Venus of the night. Swarovski.
Opioid emergencies can happen anytime, anywhere.
He's breathing.
Be the difference.
In about 10 seconds, I'm going to hold something up in front of the camera that our team has been working on for over a year, and it's finally ready to be revealed, and we know you're going to love it. All right, drum roll please, here we go. And it's the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious delivered in book format. The official Mr. Ballin graphic novel, our first book ever. In this just stunningly beautiful anthology of stories are full stories that are brand new and have never been covered anywhere else on any of our other channels. So if you want to hear those new stories, you got to get this book. The book is not coming out until my birthday, October 1st of this year, but you can pre-order a book right now by going to book.ballinstudios.com. The link is also in the description. And if enough of you pre-order this thing, it'll make the New York Times bestseller list, which is so cool, but more importantly, that will show us there's big interest in books from the Strange, Dark, and Mysterious community, and we'll make more of them. So again, head on over to book.ballinstudios.com and pre-order a copy today. Oh, and also at the end of today's video, be sure you stick around because I'm going to go live on YouTube, and during this live event, I will tell you a little personal story from my time in Navy boot camp and how that actually led to the creation of this graphic novel. I'll also speak with some very special people that helped make this book a reality, and I'll share some other exclusive details about the book. Oh, and also I will answer any questions you might have about the book. So when this episode ends, just click on the live tab on my YouTube channel to join the live event with me. And again, go to book.ballinstudios.com and pre-order a copy of the Mr. Ballin graphic novel today and help us get on that New York Times bestsellers list. By 5:59 p.m., Joe had all 4 propellers spinning on the aircraft, and so he released the brake and began taxiing out to the runway. And as they bumped along, Joe and Bud became really aware of just how heavy this aircraft was from all the explosives. I mean, every bump, this plane is lurching up and down and really creaking and making lots of noises. I mean, this was sketchy. Finally, Joe went full speed ahead, and he and Joe went tearing down the runway, and at some point the plane did get lift and it took off into the air. And then just up ahead of him were 6 other planes that had just taken off moments before, who were going to escort Joe and Bud to their target area. Once Joe got the plane to its cruising altitude, he and Bud kind of relaxed for a second and began preparing themselves for what was going to happen next. They had about 15 minutes of just kind of casual flying before the real work of this mission began. The vengeance weapons that Joe and Bud were going out to destroy as part of Operation Aphrodite were located about 120 miles south, just outside of this little town in the very northern tip of France. But destroying these weapons would not be as simple as just Joe and Bud flying over top and releasing all their explosives and flying back home, because the Nazis had buried these vengeance weapons deep inside the hills in this town in northern France. And so regular bombs wouldn't touch these vengeance weapons. They had to do it a different way. And the way they were going to do it was Joe and Bud were going to fly their plane directly into the hills. And the way they would do this is they would fly their plane as close to the target area as possible, at which point one of the other pilots that were in the escort planes would take remote control of the B-24 flying bomb, and then once they had remote control, Joe and Bud, who no longer needed to do anything, they would jump out and parachute to the ground, and then the pilot who was remotely flying this now vacant B-24 flying bomb, they would just set it on autopilot to crash into the hills. At around 6:15 p.m., just as the English Channel came into view, Joe toggled a switch on his control panel, and then after he did, he and Bud kind of held their breath for a second to see what would happen. And then a couple of seconds later, the plane kind of shuddered for a second and then leveled out. And then a call came over the radio from one of the pilots who were in the escort planes telling Joe and Bud that they had just successfully taken remote control of the B-24. So at this point, Joe and Bud are no longer flying the aircraft. They're just sitting inside of this flying bomb. Now, there were only 2 things left for Joe and Bud to do before they could bail out to safety. They would need to arm the plane, so basically arm the explosives and make them ready to detonate. And then after that was done, they would need to call out over the radio, spade flush, the code Joe was given, which would signal to everybody else that the plane was ready and Joe and Bud were jumping out. And so once Joe and Bud nodded to each other and kind of acknowledged that, okay, we're going to do the last bit of this mission, Joe turned around in his seat and he looked at this control panel that was right behind him, and on this panel was the arming switch. And so once Joe flipped this, he and Bud would have a very short window of time to safely escape the aircraft. And so it was kind of like, flip it, make the radio call, and get the heck out of there. But Joe and Bud had trained for this moment over and over and over again, so they were ready. And so eventually, Joe flipped the switch, grabbed his radio, and called out, spade flush. What Joe and Bud could not have known when the mechanics were making all these modifications to this B-24 was that one of the mechanics accidentally crossed some wires in putting in all these explosives. And so just seconds after Joe had armed the explosives, they detonated. They were not supposed to, but they did. And so Joe and Bud were killed basically a fraction of a second after calling out spade flush. But it would turn out the catastrophic failure of Operation Aphrodite had no impact on World War II. In fact, Operation Aphrodite should never have happened in the first place. It was totally unnecessary. What Joe and Bud and the rest of the American military didn't know at the time was 5 weeks earlier, the British Royal Air Force dropped a whole bunch of ground-penetrating bombs all across those hills in northern France, and they destroyed all of the vengeance weapons. So when Joe and Bud took off on this doomed mission, there was no threat to London. None. But that is not the big reveal in this story, because Operation Aphrodite changed the course of American history in a really specific and really enormous way. Because Joe, whose full name was Joseph P. Kennedy Jr., was a member of the very famous Kennedy family, a big-time political family in America, and at the time, the Kennedys were all saying, Joseph is going to be the next president of the United States, and everybody believed it. He was going to be the guy. But then, of course, Operation Aphrodite changed all of that because Joseph was killed. And so the war would end about a year later, and when it did, Joseph's younger brother, John F. Kennedy, who won that award for heroism and got a Purple Heart early on in the war, and he kind of became a war hero, which prompted Joe to volunteer for Operation Aphrodite. Yeah, John would begin his unbelievable political rise. And by 1960, John F. Kennedy, JFK, would become the 35th president of the United States, even though he wasn't supposed to. He was the second choice. It should have been Joe. As I mentioned earlier, I am now going to go live on YouTube to discuss further our big announcement, our graphic novel. All you have to do to join this live event is click on the Live tab on my YouTube channel. During this event, I will cover a personal story from my time in the Navy. I'll also chat with a few special guests that help make this book a reality. I'll share some more exclusive details about this book, and I'll answer any questions you might have about this book. Okay, that's it. So head on over now to the live section of my YouTube channel, and we'll talk about the upcoming Mr. Ballin graphic novel. Gets jazzed up and says, there he is, that's the guy who killed the teens, but no one's ever been able to actually identify that person, and so it's gone nowhere. But there is one story that circulates about these murders that a lot of people believe is the truth. When the teenagers were killed, there was a 55-year-old man named Carl Valdemar Gilstrom who lived right on Lake Bodom. And Carl had a reputation for being really nasty and sometimes even lashing out at the campers who stayed in this area. And in fact, Carl would often get drunk and literally go and attack the other campers. He would cut down their tents in the middle of the night, he would throw rocks at their campsite, and then one time he even fired a gun at a camper who was riding past him on a moped. He missed, but I mean, this guy is an absolute nightmare. And so after the murders happened, locals who knew about Carl immediately went to police and they were like, that's the guy who very likely did this. I mean, this is totally something he would do. But when police went and tried to speak to Carl, they wound up speaking to Carl's wife, who was the kiosk woman, the woman who was so nasty to the teens when they first arrived and basically told them to get away. Yeah, so the police talked to her and she would tell police that Carl was with her and her kids when the murders happened. And so the police believed her and never really considered Carl a serious suspect. But in the Lake Bodom area, when people heard he was not being looked at closely, people felt like this was a huge mistake. But 9 years after the murders, so at this point the case is totally cold, Carl is having a drink with his neighbor out near the Lake Bodom area, and as they're just sitting there having drinks, relaxing, Carl winds up admitting to the neighbor that he was the Lake Bodom murderer. He literally said to his neighbor, don't you understand that I'm the murderer of Bodom? And the neighbor apparently was so caught off guard and so horrified by this that they said to Carl, well, if that's the truth, you should go drown yourself. And then the next day, where was Carl found? Out in the lake, drowned, right near where the teens had been attacked. Now, the police were never able to actually figure out if his death was accidental, or if he had done it to himself, or if somebody else had done it to him, but that's the story, and lots of people believe that Carl was so racked with guilt over what he had done that he did what his neighbor suggested. Are you a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious? If you are, then you're in luck, because our very popular Strange, Dark, and Mysterious podcast, called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, is no longer exclusively on Amazon Music. It is now available on all podcast platforms, and it's free. So, if you haven't listened to the Mr. Ballin podcast since it went exclusive in 2022 with Amazon, well, buckle up, because now there's over 200 episodes on this show, and many of them have never been told on YouTube. They are only available on the podcast, and you got all of them right now to go binge. You can find those special podcast exclusive episodes just by looking for the words podcast exclusive in the individual episode title. So again, the chart-topping, highly popular Mr. Ballin podcast is once again available on all podcast platforms, and it's free. To listen, just search for the Mr. Ballin podcast on Amazon Music or wherever else you listen to your podcasts, and then give the show a follow and start listening. Also, if you're one of the amazing people who continued listening to the Mr. Ballin podcast on Amazon Music when it went exclusive, well, don't give up your subscription just yet, because there are still major perks for people listening to the show on Amazon Music. With your Prime membership, you can listen to brand new episodes of the Mr. Ballin podcast 30 days earlier and ad-free on Amazon Music. But again, the show is available on all podcast platforms and it's free, so go enjoy. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's story, be sure to check out our podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, where we have literally hundreds more stories, a lot like this one, but many of those stories are only available on the podcast. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and you can listen to it on Amazon Music or wherever else you get your podcasts. Thank you so much. Until next time, see ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here. Today, we're going to learn about a little boy in India who for a time seemed like he was the worst behaved kid on the planet. But the truth was, that little boy had a huge secret. And when his secret got out, it changed everything anyone thought they knew about this boy, and it prompted all these big-time college professors from major universities all around the world to personally fly to India to investigate this kid's claims, because the implications of what he was saying were massive. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's roll-on deodorant ball with a single clove of garlic. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. Late one afternoon in December of 1986, a woman named Shanti Singh was sitting on her bed cradling her toddler son, whose name was Titu, as he threw a huge temper tantrum. Titu, who was 3 years old, had already been throwing this tantrum for about 30 minutes at this point, and it didn't seem like anything Shanti did was getting him to calm down. In fact, honestly, it just seemed like Titu was getting worse and worse by the second. And Shanti knew her son's constant wailing must be annoying her neighbors in the little rural village in northern India where they lived. But again, Shanti just felt like really there was nothing she could do. After all, this was not a typical toddler tantrum. Titu was not throwing this tantrum because he lost a toy or was fighting with his siblings or something. No, the reality was Shanti and her husband had no idea why Titu was throwing this tantrum, because Titu threw these tantrums all the time for seemingly no reason, and nothing they did would get him to stop. He would just start throwing these crazy fits, and he would only stop when he was ready. Now, Shanti and her husband had taken Titu to the local doctor, and he'd been examined, and the doctor said, look, I think your son's just fine. I can't find anything wrong with him. So whatever's causing him to be so upset, it's got to be psychological. Shanti grabbed her son and tried to give him a hug and kiss to get him to calm down, but as she did that, Titu turned around and tried to hit her in the face and kicked her and punched her, and so Shanti had to kind of fall back on the bed, and Titu at this point, who's still throwing this huge tantrum, he leapt off the bed and ran out of the room. Now, Shanti had already sent the rest of her family, her kids, her husband, outside to wait out this current Titu tantrum, and so for a second, Shanti thought about just laying on the bed and letting her crazy toddler just kind of run around the house until he was done throwing this tantrum. But as Shanti was laying there on the bed, practically crying from frustration, she heard a plate break in the kitchen. And so she jumped up and ran into the kitchen, and there was Titu looking down at the ground where there was a shattered plate on the ground. Clearly, Titu had smashed it on purpose. And so as furious as Shanti was, she suddenly realized that, nothing she could do was going to get this kid to stop. And so right now, the only thing she could do was just put him in a safe place where he couldn't hurt other people or himself or damage anything else. And so Shanti, trying to be as calm as possible, walked up to Titu, who's still throwing this tantrum and swinging at her as she's coming near him. And she grabbed him, she turned him around so he couldn't kick her or punch her. She put him into his room and then shut the door. And then she sat down in the hallway with her back up against the door to keep it shut. And then as Titu inside the room began banging on the door and trying to open it, Shanti's sitting there anchoring the door, and she's just praying that her son's gonna calm down soon. And then at some point, Shanti heard her son start to say something that typically signaled the end of a tantrum. Titu in the bedroom began saying the word Shirsh Verma, which actually was a nonsense word that Shanti and her husband and the other kids had no idea what it meant, But, T2, at the end of his tantrums, he would always just start saying over and over again, Shursh Verma, Shursh Verma, Shursh Verma. And so Shanti, she's in the hall and she's hearing T2 start to do that. And so on the one hand, she's thinking, okay, this tantrum's about to end. But on the other, she's like, I have no idea what that word means. It's obviously connected in some way to what's going on with my son, but I have no idea what it means. It sounds like nonsense. And so Shanti began yelling through the door at T2 to explain what Shursh Verma meant, but T2 had no explanation. He just kept saying the word over and over again. Shursh Verma, Shursh Verma, Shursh Verma. Shanti and her husband had 5 other kids. T2 was the youngest, and T2 was not like any of his other siblings. The other siblings did not throw temper tantrums like this, not at all. And in fact, T2 had been a difficult child even before he was born. Towards the end of Shanti's pregnancy with T2, she'd become very, very sick, and in fact had to be hospitalized for the entire last trimester. And then as a newborn baby, T2 basically didn't sleep at all, and he cried constantly, and so Shanti and her husband initially thought, T2 must just be a very fussy baby. But in time, as he grew into more of a toddler, it was clear to Shanti and her husband that T2 was actually a different kind of kid. He seemed like a very unhappy and kind of angry kid who was permanently on the verge of crying or throwing a fit. But it wasn't until T2 began talking at around 2 years old that Shanti and her husband really started to become worried. Because the things T2 was saying as a 2-year-old were just not in keeping with what you would expect a 2-year-old to say. And I'm not talking about the nonsense word that T2 would use during his temper tantrums, Shursh Verma. Basically, T2 would say things that seemed to indicate that he genuinely hated everyone in his family. Now, for context, Shanti and her family were not poor, but they weren't rich either. They lived in a little concrete home, they didn't have a TV or a car, and all the kids wore hand-me-down clothes, and Shanti actually handmade her clothes and her husband's clothes. But the family always had enough food to eat, and they were educated, and they seemed happy enough. It's just that they didn't really have the ability to do anything extra, like above and beyond a modest life. And T2 had never known anything different. This was his life from the day he was born. But when he learned to speak at around 2 years old, it was like all T2 wanted to talk about was how crappy of a lifestyle their family lived. For example, when T2's mom, Shanti, would put on one of her saris that happened to be ripped, a sari is a traditional garment in India, T2 would look at what she was wearing, and in toddler speak, he would tell her that she looked terrible and that it looked like she was just wearing rags. T2 would also walk around their house and he would point to spots in the house that looked dirty, and he would demand that somebody cleaned it up because he didn't want to live in a dirty house. And then whenever the family needed to go somewhere and they would walk there or take the bus there, T2 would complain the entire time that he wanted to be in a car, and why aren't we driving in a car? Like, why are we walking? Despite the fact that T2 basically had never used a car before. But perhaps the strangest aspect of T2's behavior was around the time he began talking and insulting his family, he also began talking about this very historic city called Agra, which was located about 8 miles away from where they lived. Agra was famous for being home to the Taj Mahal, which is considered to be one of the most beautiful buildings ever made. Agra also has a very busy downtown and lots of tourism, but T2 had never been to Agra, and there was no reason he would be drawn to Agra, like his family had no connection to that city. But starting around the time T2 began talking at 2 years old, he began asking to go to Agra several times a week. And when his parents would say, no, we're not going to go to Agra, T2 would throw a huge tantrum. And so not long after T2 had begun speaking and saying all these terrible things, Shanti and her husband decided that really all they could do was just wait and hope their son grew out of this terrible behavior. But T2 did not grow out of this. Shortly after his parents decided to just kind of wait it out, T2 would randomly attack another small child with a sugar cane, and he beat the kid so badly the kid was bleeding at the end of the attack. And then also another time, shortly after the sugarcane beating, T2 was at the store with his mother, and his mom was looking at this bracelet, which she couldn't afford. She was just looking at it through the glass, and T2 sensed his mom wanted the bracelet, and in an odd show of affection for his mother, he turned to the shopkeeper, this little tiny kid who's not even 3 years old yet, and he tells the shopkeeper that if he doesn't give this bracelet to his mother for free, that T2 will shoot and kill the shopkeeper. And so after this, Shanti and her husband just stopped taking T2 out in public at all. It was just too embarrassing. But what really just unsettled Shanti the most about her son's behavior was that nonsense word that Titu kept saying at the end of all of his tantrums, Shirsh Verma, Shirsh Verma. And so fast forward to that day after he's broken the plate and now Shanti's put him in his room, Titu began saying that nonsense word, except he was getting a little bit older and his speech was getting a little bit more clear. And so as Shanti was laying up against the door, she realized that her son was not saying a single word, Shirsh Verma, he was saying two words. They were Suresh Varma. But Shanti had no idea what that meant. She thought it sounded like a name, but it was a name she had never heard before. But one day, a few months after the dish-breaking incident, in April of 1987, all of Titu's very strange, erratic, terrible behaviors would erupt all at once. That April day started out like any other. Shanti made breakfast for her family, and then her husband headed out to do some errands, and her 6 children kind of dispersed around the inside and outside of the house to play, study, whatever. But Titu was really grouchy, and so he stayed inside in the kitchen with Shanti. A little while later, Shanti's oldest son came into the kitchen and he asked his mother, "Hey, when will Dad get back from his trip to Agra?" Shanti's husband had gone to Agra to run one of his chores, and Agra was the city that Titu was totally obsessed with. And so when Shanti's oldest son said the word Agra, Titu, who was sitting in the kitchen, he heard it and kind of looked up like he was totally fixated on their conversation. And then as Shanti and her oldest were talking about the dad, Titu just got up, left the kitchen, and he went to his room. He grabbed a couple of things, and then he came back into the kitchen carrying this bundle of clothes with him. And he walked right past his brother and his mother. He went out the front door and began running down the road without saying a word. Remember, this is like a 3-year-old child. This is not a teenager. This is a little kid. And so Shanti and her oldest son, they kind of watched in shock as Titu ran off down the road. And for a minute, neither of them did anything. And then it was like they broke out of their trance, and the oldest son just turned and began running out of the house to catch up with Titu. Now, it didn't take long for the oldest to catch up with his young brother, but it was surprisingly hard to stop